Turn this on. It is 9 o'clock on November 21st. The board meeting of the Oregon State Board of Nursing is now called to order. A notice of this board meeting was published by Rachel Prusak, Executive Director, in accordance with open meeting law. If necessary, the board may also meet in executive session as authorized by ORS 192.660 sub 1, ORS 192.660 2F, H, and L, ORS 678.126, ORS 676.165, and ORS 676.175 sub 1. Board members and staff stating that they are present are attesting to understanding the confidentiality of executive session and have taken steps to ensure that executive session proceedings are not observed or heard by anyone not authorized by public meetings law, ORS 192.660. Is there a roll call by our secretary?
Yes. Aaron Green.
Here.
Linda Stanich. Here. Margaret Hill, present. Claire McKinley Yoder. Here. Joni Callis. Here. Marcus Cooksey.
Present.
Michelle Chow.
Here.
Olaniki Towabola.
Here.
Ivan Yanduan.
Here.
There being a quorum present, I declare this board eligible to conduct its business.
Is there a staff roll call?
There is. Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board and staff. What I'm going to do is just ask staff to announce themselves going around the room. And we can start over here with Barb Poultry. And remember to turn on your mic.
Barbara Holtree, Communications Manager.
Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen, Advanced Practice Policy Analyst, Board Staff.
Laura Blackhurst, Nursing Education Policy Analyst.
Barbara Jew, Policy Analyst, Nursing Assistant Education and Assessment, Board Staff.
Kimberly Goddard, Chief of Staff, present. Lauren Rock from the Department of Justice, AAG, representing the board.
And Rachel Prusak, Executive Director, Board of Nursing.
Brandy Ritter, Executive Assistant.
Oops, excuse me. We have some staff in the other chairs. I'll announce your name and you can say present just so everyone can hear. So Philip Fox, Licensing Manager. Here. Okay, and Erin Ferris, Investigations Manager. Great, and John Etherington, our Fiscal and Operations Manager. And we have down there Selena, oh my God, why can't I think of your last name right now? Thank you. I am so sorry. Selena, the lovely Selena Redbird. Good. And Nicole. Thank you. I'm having a last name frozen morning unless you're holding your tag in front of you. My apologies, everyone. It doesn't take away from any of the appreciation I have for you. And then for public, if you just want to announce your names, the two people that are here in the public.
Judy Sherman, Program Director of Aid and Health Services, Nursing Assistant Program.
Yes. If there's no changes to the consent agenda, I make a motion that the consent agenda be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, recusals or abstentions. Motion carries. All right. Are there any changes to the board meeting minutes from September and October? Okay, hearing none, I make a motion that the board meeting minutes for September 17th through 19th and October 16th, 2024 be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
To abstain, October. I wasn't here.
All right, any opposed? Motion carries. That moves us up to our licensing, Philip Fox for a licensing update.
Board President, members of the board, thank you for having me today. I'm Philip Fox, licensing manager here at OSBN. I'm here to provide the licensing update for the last few months. Our timelines across the board are trending down, and most importantly, our turnaround on our applications once we have received materials are often 48 hours or less. This includes weekends. We're not looking at business days here. A quick look at the timeline key that I gave you guys for the tables that I have for you, just to give you a little outline. Mode is just the most frequently occurring outcome for our applicants. The average is just a straight average of applications submitted in a month from submission to approval. Completed, we look at either the final checklist item that we have, so a background checklist item, a transcript review, or a license verification. So when we receive the last item, how long does it take us from receiving the last item to review it to issue the license? And then I have an asterisk for APRN initial completed, because we look at from the time the RN or LPN is issued to how long it takes us to issue the APRN license. There are other requirements that we have that we look at, but for the reporting that we have right now, we couldn't look at the individual checklist items. So there is a little bit longer lag on our reporting here, but often we're still within that 48-hour window. So just to point out a couple of the bigger numbers for October, 11 days or 14 days for the CNA exam. That includes the CNA submitting their application, registering to take the test, and then successfully passing the test. So it's not necessarily that it's taking us 11 days or 14 days to turn around their application. This is a holistic approach of how long did it take from the time they submitted their application to the time they're issued their license. So most commonly it's 11 days, on average it's 14 days. And from the time we have all of our application materials from the applicant, it's typically within 48 hours. Looking in September, you'll notice that RN and LPN by exam, 56 days for our most common, our most frequently seen outcome for an applicant. That is again, from the time that they submit their application, register to take the NCLEX, and successfully pass the NCLEX. So if they wait a few weeks or even a few months to submit or to actually register and take the NCLEX, that is factored into this timeline. And just going table by table, you can see that our numbers are trending in a good direction. We're quickly turning around these applications. RN and LPN exams and endorsements is same day versus the CNA being within 2 days. I believe that is actually because we have just so many more RN and LPN applications that we're able to kind of get the weight of those applications down. The weekend being a factor for CNAs, there's not as many CNA applicants, so that weekend really pulls our numbers back. Applications issued year over year, we've seen dramatic improvements year over year in the last 3 months. I believe part of this is us improving our procedures that we have internally, but a lot of that is also we're getting used to our new licensing system. We've had it for about 2 years now, and it has been definitely a learning experience for OSBN, going from a program that we probably had for over 10 years to just something that is new and fresh to us, that's also new to the provider that's giving it to us, NCSBN. As we just get used to that system, see what tools it has available to us, we're able to just increase our productivity here and give better outcomes for our applicants. Our smallest increase being 40% in September is still a huge increase in how many applications that we issue every year for certifications and licenses. In August of this year, we began auditing our own work for errors, starting with our oldest applications and working forward. As we complete these audits, we also review the application materials that we have received from the applicant and notify them of their outstanding items to complete their license application. We're utilizing these new system functions to send messages faster, create tasks for the applicants to complete, and to help them through this licensing process. This has resulted in an increase in our older applications being issued. We've found that many of our applications that have been sitting for months on end, typically people just don't know what is missing. And without outreach from our staff, they just let it continue to sit. So we're really excited with the success that we've had by doing this, and we're going to continue to cycle through our older applications over and over again as we have time and to try to get them to complete their applications. Our contact center has expanded its hours to include 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. every day of the week, excluding Wednesdays, which we reserve for all licensing staff meetings and trainings. These expanded hours have been a success. We've reduced the number of calls that we receive in the morning, which allows our customers to call in the afternoon. This has resulted in a small drop in our average wait times, further improving our customer service. Overall, we are receiving more calls, so it does show that increasing those hours was definitely a good thing to give more people opportunity. We've also added our final member to the contact center team, Treya Johnson, and she's been a great team member since we added her in August. Looking forward, licensing is looking to update its policies and procedures to continue to improve our efficiency and our customer experience with the tools that we have. As of last month, we have 2 years of experience with our new licensing system, and we look to update how we utilize its existing functionality that we have learned. Last month, we elevated one of our employees, Brady Lambert, to perform lead work for the group, who has helped us achieve these goals. We're really excited for the future.
Awesome, thank you. I would like to say I actually heard from 2 new grads recently who were missing a piece of their application, and they really appreciated that the board staff reached out to them to let them know what was missing. I know it's a little more work for you guys, but it's not unappreciated. I think a lot of our applicants are really going to be happy that we've gone this route. Other board members, any questions or comments?
Yeah, great work to your team and improving the response time. I can remember when I brought my license from California, for the APRN license, it took like 2 months, a little over 10 years ago. So it's amazing to see these timeframes. I'm wondering about this huge uptick in applications year over year for those 3 months that you're showing here. Do we have an idea of why such a huge increase? Is it just pent up demand from the pandemic? Is this something national we're seeing?
I can't really speak to that. I've only been here for 6 months, and I will say just in the last 6 months, what we've learned about our own licensing system, we have really improved how quickly we can turn things around. And I know that we had a backlog of applications, and we switched to the new licensing system in October of 2022. And I imagine that slowed our processing times down quite a bit. And so as processing times slowed down, that backlog increased and we issued fewer licenses. And now we're able to give a lot of our effort to license applications that are not turning around quickly. And that just, the more outreach we do to let our applicants know what they need to complete their application, the more licenses we're going to issue. The better we do at describing what they need at the outset of their application reduces how much we have to communicate with applicants. Less communication with them because they know what to do is going to give them better outcomes. So I just think it's a multitude of things that's just helping us be better. As far as the industry itself, I can't speak to that.
Yeah, and I think I can add to that, and thank you for, of course, as we process them, there's more, but there's just more nurses licensed in Oregon than there has ever been. And so that's one of the factors. Right now, 124,000 licensees within Oregon State Board of Nursing. Because I have to step out for 15 minutes, I just want to say, so I don't shut down the conversation, you have it, but publicly, how the amazing work that our licensing manager of 6 months has done and led his team and embraced what the governor's expectations of agencies to provide customer service to Oregonians and to support our licensees in the process while we also protect the public. This report was brought to the attention of the governor's office because of the amazing work that's been done. So I just want to publicly thank you and your team. So thanks.
Thank you.
And then Mr. Fox, I believe that you kindly included copies of the applications for us, which we are frequently asking about. So I thought that I wanted to thank you for doing that because that is a frequent question we have. So you've given us this wonderful resource and we really appreciate that.
That was my staff that provided that to you. So thank you to them.
Thank them.
And I will say we have an ongoing project right now to try to condense our application to make it more readable. We just want to make everything easier for our applicants because right now it's a pretty long application. And we're just trying to make everything a little bit easier for people when they're coming to Oregon.
Thank you.
Other board members, any questions or comments? All right, I just want to reiterate what everybody else has said. You guys are doing amazing work. The public's noticing, we're noticing. Sounds like the governor's office is noticing. You guys have done a lot in just a short amount of time to positive improvements. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
All right. I believe that takes us to our presentation. Breaking the Mold, Rethinking the Nursing Shortage in Oregon by Jana Bitten.
It looks like Jana may not be here yet.
Okay.
Maybe we could have Barb Holtree, our communications director, go ahead.
Are you
and
ready
give
to
it.
go first, Barb? All right.
Thank you.
Mr. President and members of the board, I'd like to provide a brief communications update. First of all, I've developed a comprehensive communications plan that covers internal as well as external communications. One of the big aspects of that is our upcoming move to Gov delivery from the current listserv system. I think most of you are probably on the listserv, so you might know what I'm talking about. It's don't want to say archaic, but I'll say antiquated maybe, system. And Gov Delivery provides an easier way to send messages using templates for consistent branding and analytics regarding when messages are viewed or when they bounce. So we'll be able to keep track of who's getting what and when. Also, if we include any links in a particular message, we'll also be able to track who's clicking on the links and what are they actually seeing. We plan to start a monthly news sheet, a news bulletin, and we have a template for that, as well as templates for individual notices that we'll use for sudden events or racks or something of that nature, and also news releases. We'll also be able to use Gov Delivery for the automated messages that we send for license renewal and when a license is issued. So we can tie it in with our database and be able to do that. We'll be sending a notice to all current listserv subscribers next week to alert them to the change. They will be automatically added to the new system, so they don't actually have to do anything. However, they will need to select their subscription topics. Right now, everybody gets everything. And with the new system, they'll be able to select whether they want more board packet information or office information or RNs or CNAs. So it'll be more prescribed for whatever their interests are. Gov Delivery will go live on December 12th. I've also been working with IT specialist Sam Fontenot on the new agency intranet, which is being built in SharePoint. Our current intranet is extremely outdated. The new site will feature internal agency policies, an agency event calendar, links to pertinent state information such as workday and those kinds of things, as well as weekly employee information articles. We don't have a firm launch date yet for that, but it will be before the end of the year. So Sam and I are trying to work out all the bugs, and then we'll launch to great aplomb. So I also wanted to add that the IT team is making strides in moving our on-site servers and data into the cloud. That's a project that we've been working on for quite some time. We're getting close on the migration to using DAS Enterprise Information Services for device management and support requests. Once we get a few more things ironed out, we'll be able to migrate the data and shut down our server room. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Do we know if, okay. John, are you, all right, we will hear from John, our Operation Fiscal Manager. This is on page 92 of our packet.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. My name is John Etherington. I'm the fiscal manager here at OSBN. I'm here to present the financial packet, which starts at page 92, I believe, of your packet. This is for the expenditures and revenues ending in August of 2024. So in August of 2024, it is 60% of the biennium is complete. Going through page 92, I will just kind of go with the bottom total numbers. I'll let you guys read all the information up top. But at the biennial LAB, our budget, just kind of want to highlight this number for discussion is just below $26 million. So keeping in mind our budget right below 26 million. Currently in August of 2024, we've spent 14.4 million, which is 56% of our budget. So as I mentioned, it's 60% of the biennium and we spent 56% of our budget. So currently we're doing pretty good, or we were doing pretty good in August 2024. The increases come in the projected expenditures, the next column. As you can see, we project and expect higher expenditures coming than what we've had in the previous year. Through various increases in salaries, through increases in testing fees, and just the general inflation of things that we have to expense for. So in the projected expenditures, we project 11.6 million, which would put us over a little bit. The total expenditures we project would be a little bit over the 26 million. So a little bit under 140,000. We've didn't have a lot of concerns with that number, but what we did have concerns about is just making sure that future expenditures don't get higher than what we've expected. So we did ask to go to the upcoming legislative e-board to increase our budget. So we're going to go to the legislator and ask for some more money. Which I'll kind of further get into and discuss after the next kind of couple pages. So moving on, page 93 is just that 14.4 million that we've currently spent, and then how it's divided up between all the different administrative sections and groups for the agency. Moving on to page 24, our total revenues continue to be pretty good. We expected around $22 million of revenues, and currently we're expecting at the end of the biennium 23.6. So while that is good that we have increased that, I'd like to highlight that 23.6 million is still lower than our 26 million expenditures. And that's kind of to bring it back to a previous discussion of why we're increasing fees is because our budget expenditures, that 26 million, is now over what we collect. So we're top heavy on expenditures and we're not collecting enough revenue to collect for all those expenditures. We're able to do this because we've saved money in the past and we have a good fund balance previously that we've saved for. But we have noticed that future changes will need to be coming, and that was kind of the discussion previously on the increase of fees. Touching back on the legislative e-board that we're coming up, we're going to ask for an increase of $600,000 in our expenditure limit. So that would put our expenditures for the biennium about 26.5 million. Some of the increases that we want are 300,000 for attorney general legal fees to increase, 165,000 for our agency program related supplies and services, which is mainly through the CMA testing increases. With the new contract, those testing prices have increased, and we just want to make sure that we're budgeting for what we think our expenditures will be at the end of and the other one is 135,000 for a distribution to nonprofit organization. This is a $9 surcharge that we collect and then we send to the Oregon Nursing Advancement Fund, or the OCN is a part of that. We've collected a lot of money through our increase in revenues. And unfortunately, we need to increase the expenditures to kind of give that money away, so it doesn't affect the agency's operational budget. Originally, when the legislator kind of made that fee, they were thinking it was going to be a pass-through kind of fee. But since this is a nonprofit, it becomes an expenditure, and you're always trying to guess at the amount that you're going to collect and offset. And so that's kind of always a balancing act between how much we think we'll collect and how much we'll pay out. So as that collection has gone high, we do have to pay out a little bit more. And that's why we're trying to ask for that increase to offset that. Are there any questions on those kind of before I move on to the budget fees and wanted to discuss last item?
Any questions?
I do. I was wondering about with the pie chart breakdown, page 93, just the grouping. I wanted to clarify what the consulting group, what that operationally is, what that the funds go into there.
Well, the consulting group is made up partly part of our licensing team and mostly the consulting team. The licensing does part of the consulting because it has a CMA kind of federal impact on Title 18 and Title 19 grants. So some of the work that they are doing, we capture the personal expenditures in that. So that is kind of the personal part of it. So a lot of the consulting expenses are related to the actual salaries and everything for our all of our consultants in our consulting group, and then some of the percentage of licensing because they also have to consult on the phone and tell people how to do licenses. Does that answer your question?
Other board members, any questions? All right.
Mr. President and the board members, before you go into the next section, I do want to point out the one thing to link it, because in the last section, we talked about the most nurses we've ever had, or excuse me, licensees we've ever had. And that is how it's linked to with every license is that $9 fee. We have to ask for more money to be able to spend our money to give for that. So just connecting the two, if that makes sense for you all.
Thank you.
The last exhibit I'd like to talk about, I believe, is Exhibit A3 of your packet that I believe you will have a vote on later for the LPN fees. Last time we came to the board, we presented the increase of fees for RN LPNs to increase them $100. We heard from board members that while we've always had the RN LPN fees the same, that maybe since we're changing them, it would be a good time to look to see if those are different. And one of the recommendations was to only increase the LPN fees by $35 instead of $100. We've looked into that. The difference amounts that it would be a loss in revenue of $351,000. But the board thinks that we can sustain that and took that idea and ran with it. We've changed our budget going to the governor's budget so that now the LPN fees will only be increased $35 instead of $100. So that will be a item that we'll be voting on to change that later on today. Are there any questions on the changes or the fee increases?
Any questions, board members? All right, I don't hear any. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Believe our presenter has arrived, so we will move on to our presentation by Jana Bitten from the Oregon Center for Nursing on page 58.
And I believe we're just waiting for the presentation to put up on the slide, up on the screen, right? Okay.
That's what it says, page 58. Oh, wait, no, just kidding. There's no.
Do you need us to take like a 5-minute break? I can suggest that. Mr. President, members of the board, can we just take a 5-minute break so we can ensure that
Absolutely.
this goes over smooth? Thank you.
looks like we're ready for your presentation. And thanks for being here. As long as it's green, you're good.
All right. Well, hopefully you can all hear me okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Jana Bitton. I'm with the Oregon Center for Nursing, and I am really grateful for the opportunity to be here today. I also brought our research director, Dr. Rick Allgeier, because we're going to be talking a little bit about some data, and I'm also hoping that we can give some time for everyone so this can turn out to be like an AMA and Ask Me Anything. So we're going to be talking a little bit about workforce today, but I'm really hoping that if there's any questions, even if they're not necessarily something we address, but you think that there might be something that we know, feel free to ask. That is perfectly fine. So go ahead and advance the slide, Brandy. Before we get started, I really want to talk about the way we use words, right? We've heard this before, words matter, and they do. Because a lot of times when we describe a problem and when we describe something, the words that we use are actually going to point us into the solution that we are trying to solve, or for the problem that we're trying to solve, right? So if we have a drought, we add more water. But if we have a flood, we try to get rid of water, and that sort of thing. Does that make sense? So part of the reason why when we talk about the nursing workforce, we really do want to make sure that we understand what words that we're using. And today I'm going to kind of challenge you all on some of the words that we have used in the past to describe our nursing workforce. And I'm curious for you, excuse me, I'm curious for you. If there's anything that we say that kind of has this emotional response, you're like, that doesn't seem quite right. I would love to know about that. So kind of be watching for that. Do you have anything? Is there anything in you that's like, absolutely, this is completely confirming what I already know? Or if there's something you're like, no, that is not at all what I'm seeing. I do want to hear that. And I want to know that so that we can make sure that as we are gathering this data together and being able to tell this story, we can make sure that everybody's perspectives are included. So the first thing that we need to do before we get anywhere is we need to understand the data. And so to take a look at the data, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Allgeier. So go ahead and advance the slide.
Good morning. Thanks for having us here this morning. Typically, when we look at the workforce, we look at basically three different factors. The first is what we call supply, and that is basically how many nurses do we have in the state. In reality, and we can look at supply in two different ways. We can look at the number of nurses that are licensed in the state. We also look at the number of nurses that are practicing in the state. And the practicing nurses is obviously a subset of the licensed nurses, but depending on the question you ask, we look at one or two. The other thing we look at is the output from our nursing programs across the state. How many nurses are we graduating, or how many students are we graduating every year? Where are they at? Are they coming from BSN or ADN programs and all those kinds of things? And then the last thing we look at is the demand. So this is based on usually survey data or the employment department data. And that really kind of gives us an indication of how many nurses employers need across the state. Would you flip the slide, please? So first off, we're going to look at supply. In reality, I heard someone earlier say that we had more nurses than we've ever had before, and that's true. We have more nurses, licensed nurses, and practicing nurses than we've ever had in the state before. Licensed nurses are growing about 11% a year over time. We go back to about 2010. We do have 2023 data up, and the trend really hasn't changed much. It's still really, really growing. And as you can see, since about 2016, the slope of the line, which tells you how fast things are growing, has increased. And so it's growing faster than it was before. The same, we also mirror that when we look at the number of nurses that are practicing in the state. It is growing, and it's not growing quite at 11%. It's growing by about 7 or 8%, which is still pretty darn good. So we do have more nurses than we've ever had before. Next slide, please. And then when we look at nursing education, you would expect to see nursing education growing at about the same rate. But in reality, it's not. It's really pretty flat. Last year, we graduated about 1,300 or 1,400 students came out of graduated in 2023. ADN programs about 550, ADN programs about 850. And it's been pretty flat over the years. You see a little dip in 2020. That was because some of the BSN programs postponed graduation because everything shut down. But then in 2021, we saw that jump up, and then it kind of calmed back down in 2022. So it's really, really been stable. So the question now becomes, it's like, okay, well, I just said that we're growing by 11% a year, but our education numbers are pretty flat. Where are those nurses coming from? Well, Oregon is an importer of nurses. For every one nurse we graduate out of our programs, we are bringing in 4 nurses from out of state. Now, not every one of those work in Oregon. Some of them are working for insurance companies, a whole host of things that are stationed in other states. Our biggest importer is coming from Texas, Florida, Arizona, California, and Washington is where the nurses are coming from. But even if you account for the fact that they're not all working here, and we did a study 2019, something like that, we really took a deep dive into the nurses that were endorsing into the state. In fact, we sent them surveys and asked them where they live, do they plan on moving here, a whole host of questions. And we found about 40% actually moved to Oregon to practice. The other 60% are remaining in their state, but there's either serving Oregon's residents via telehealth, working for insurance companies, or a host of other things. But that's still, for every one nurse we license via examination in the state, we're still bringing in 2, just a little under 2. So we're bringing in lots of nurses from other states. The third thing we look at, next slide, please. Oh, that's actually okay. That's the data I was talking about. The important comparison here is if you look to see how fast the Oregon nursing workforce grew between 2014 and 2022, it grew by 54%. The state's population only grew by 8%. The state's population is growing by less than 0.5% a year. So when you look at 11% growth in the nursing workforce versus 0.5% or less than 0.5% for the population, you can see even per capita, the number of nurses we have in the state are much higher than we've ever had before. Next slide, please. So this is the data we look at this is from the employment department. Every year they put out employment projections by occupation. And so what they tell us is over a 10-year period, how many openings we're going to have. And according to the employment department, we've got about 29,000 openings over the next 10 years in nursing. What's more interesting, at least from our perspective, is if you look at the 2 numbers, the 4,900 and the 24,000 number, those tell you what the makeup is. And the employment department is estimating that about 5,000 nurses over a 10-year period are going to be due to industry growth. That is additional clinics, hospital additions, those kinds of things, just the growth of the nursing industry. 24,000 are going to be replacements, which means they're replacing a currently filled job. So that's 80% of the need over the next 10 years is due to replacements. And in Oregon, in some states, you hear this a lot right now because we have a workforce, a nursing workforce across the country that's a little older. And what we're seeing is, you'll hear it if you talk to colleagues from other states, is a lot of nurses are of age and retiring. In Oregon, that's not so much an issue. We've seen that basically retirement tsunami. We've already seen it happen. It started happening back in 2016 and 2018. And in reality, if you look at the age distribution of the nursing workforce, every year that we look at these data, or every 2 years we look at these data, it shifts to the younger. So our population, our nursing workforce is younger and younger. In fact, it's younger. So we work with a lot of other states in workforce centers like us, and they're basically claiming that their workforce is getting older. In Oregon, our workforce is getting younger. We see younger nurses every year. So the retirement that a lot of other states see isn't necessarily impacting us. So next slide, please. So the question becomes, is this a shortage or something else? And we're going to talk about a vacancy crisis. So what ends up happening is we have all these nurses. Nursing schools are steady. They're not, pumping out more than we've seen in the past. But yet employers are scrambling to be able to fill vacant positions. So what's going on? Well, the data from OED gives us a hint because it talks about industry growth only being, 15%, where 85%, or it's actually 83%, is due to replacement. So there's something going on. And I think what's going on is we're seeing some artifacts of if you remember the Great Resignation that happened in 2001, where about 4 to 5 million people every month just quit their jobs. So what we're seeing is very high turnover rates. Next slide, please. And so the reason this is important is because it's really talking about what kind of strategies do you solve these problems. If we have a shortage, based on a definition of what a shortage is, the one way to fix it is make more. Well, we've been doing this for a very long time. We've had shortages documented in Oregon since the 1950s. We've got shortages of nurses documented in the United States back to the 1940s, like shortly after World War II. We've seen these shortages. And in the literature, you see lots and lots of effort on trying to figure out ways to expand the capacity of nursing programs, move them out of the hospital into the university, bring in ADN programs, do all these things, RN to BSN programs, although those don't necessarily increase the workforce, they do upscale the education of the workforce. But you see all these efforts into increasing the capacity or the supply of nurses. And yet we're still back where we were 50 years ago, trying to deal with what's called a nursing shortage. And to be fair, from an employer's perspective, it looks like a shortage because they can't get what they need. Instead, what we're going to offer is we're going to call it a vacancy crisis because that kind of forces us to shift our strategy. So what we need to do is understand why nurses aren't taking current jobs, aren't taking currently posted jobs, and why we have such high turnover rates. Next slide, please. So there's lots of evidence for the vacancy crisis. One is we know the younger workforce is somewhat different than what it was when I joined the workforce a long time ago. They're less likely to put up with toxic work environments. They're less likely to put up with the stuff that we put up with when we started our careers. Nurses are reporting high levels of stress. We did a study in 2022. Thank you to OSBN for helping us with that. But we basically surveyed every nurse in the state and asked them a whole host of questions about workplace stressors. And it's off the charts. About 80% of the nurses say that they're managing with significant levels of stress. That doesn't seem to be, we look at data from Gallup, and Gallup does an annual report on the state of the workforce, and they do it across the globe. But when we focus on the United States, it's not getting any better. It's still very stressful out there. There's also lots of places that nurses can work right now. So they're not restricted to hospital settings. And in fact, about a little more than half of our workforce works in the hospital currently. They're everywhere. We have nurses in so many different places. Nurse coaching is something we're hearing about a lot more nurses are going to nurse coaching. They work in ambulatory care, a whole host of places. But more disturbingly is we see national data suggesting that about a third of new nurses quit their job within the first year. Now, the data are silent about where they go after that. Do they go into another nursing job or do they abandon nursing altogether? We're not really sure. But for the employer, they're losing 1 in 3 of their new nurses in the first year. That is very troubling. And so what you end up doing is you basically have a 30% turnover rate every year amongst your nurses. Next slide, please. What that creates is if we still keep producing nurses at the rate we're doing, and yet 1 in 3 leave in the first year, what we're really doing is we're creating a leaky bucket. So we just keep dumping nurses into this bucket, and a third of them go away within the first year. The data also suggests by the end of the second year, another 20% are gone. So we got to figure out how to plug these holes. Next slide, please. And that's what this is where the vacancy crisis comes into play. We need to figure out how to stabilize the workforce. We need to get people to take the jobs that are vacant, but we also need to ensure that we keep nurses in their jobs that they're taking with and lower the rate of turnover, because it's disruptive. Having new staff come in constantly is disruptive. It breaks the flow. It's not so good for patient care if you have to deal with a brand new set of nurses every year. It's also expensive. So most of the estimates you see is about $80,000 per position it costs to replace a nurse. That's on the low side. In reality, it's a lot more expensive than that, because you don't just have to deal with recruiting and advertising and going through the interview process and onboarding and all that mess. It also impacts other staff. So the remaining staff, their productivity changes because their workloads increase. So, and then you increase burnout, then you risk further turnover. It's this vicious open feedback loop. You have some quit, the others are overworked, they quit. And then you have this weird system where it just keeps perpetuating itself. Next slide, please. So these are the data showing the high levels of stress. Most of them aren't getting support at work. This is where we're really talking about how to change the workforce where the nurses are feeling supported. So one of the things that we did is, next slide, please. One of the things that we did during when the pandemic started, we as OCN started looking at issues that were impacting the workforce. Very early on in the pandemic, it was things like PPE shortages and those kinds of things. You know, job uncertainty, being transferred to other areas where they needed you without adequate training. There was a whole lot of stressors. But one of the things that popped up out of that study was nurses were stressed. It was very stressful during that time. As the pandemic progressed, we wrote a series of 3 papers on the impacts of the workforce during that time. And one of the things, some issues changed over each iteration. One thing did not. The level of stress, the level of conflict, basically interpersonal conflict, and issues with just well-being issues was really one of those issues that lasted throughout the series of papers we did. And we started seeing that when the Great Resignation happened, you know, it did impact nursing. It impacted all industries, but it did impact nursing and healthcare. And so we were trying to really understand that. And so I ran across a series of work by some economists looking at what they were calling embeddedness. It also started showing up in the media about the same time. And it was talking about belongingness, engagement, you know, employee engagement, those kinds of things. That's probably what you more heard in the mainstream media. But the economists called it embeddedness. And what it did is that basically what they were trying to do was model turnover. Previous models of turnover basically looked at job satisfaction, pay satisfaction. If you were happy in your job and you were making decent money, you weren't going to leave. Yeah, that didn't work out so well for them because people leave all the time. And in fact, lots of people were leaving and had nothing to do with either one of those 2 factors. So these guys came up with this idea of embeddedness that looks at 3 factors. The first is fit. And that is, this one's kind of nebulous, but you can think about, you know, if you fit into an organization or you don't. And it could be a philosophical fit, that you agree with the philosophy and the mission and all that of the organization you work for. It also could be your skill set fits into the job that you have. So it could be one of those things, but fit's really important. The second one was linkages. And linkages are the connections you make with your coworkers, your management, all those kinds of things. And the last one is as important, if not more important than the others. It's sacrifice. It's what do you lose if you leave? And so it's that sacrifice that holds us into our jobs, because if we leave a job you really like with coworkers you really like, if you leave, you're losing out on all that. But there are instances where people would. Dawn is our program director. She and I were doing a study in Coos Bay last spring. No, the spring of 23. And we were talking to employers in Coos Bay about why nurses stay and leave and some of the barriers to recruiting and all those kinds of issues. And one of the things we heard was a nurse in long-term care had been, and this is from her manager, the administrator of the nursing home or the skilled nursing facility. She was talking about a nurse who'd been there for about 25 years. She loved her work. She was great at it. She was making a decent salary and she quit, which contradicted all the models about looking at job satisfaction, pay satisfaction. Well, the reason she ended up leaving her job was her husband worked in Coos Bay for the Coast Guard. He retired and wanted to move to Alaska. So she had to make a decision. Do I stay in Coos Bay without my hub, or do I go to Alaska with him? And we all know what she did is she moved to Alaska. So while the job satisfaction, pay satisfaction model would not have predicted that, embeddedness would, because the sacrifice of her losing her husband was greater than the sacrifice of her leaving that job. So she left. But anyway, so that's a really good example of how it really does predict some turnover that you otherwise wouldn't expect. But what it does do is it gives us an idea on how we can solve some of these issues that just simply expanding nursing school enrollments and graduations won't do. Next slide, please. So workplace embeddedness talks about fit. And if you look at the data from Gallup, Morning Consult, there's a host of data out there right now that talking about the importance of being supported and having employers support the well-being of their workforce. This applies to nursing. This applies to everybody, basically, but it's nursing and healthcare that we're focused on. And if employers or if employees, nurses, and other healthcare workers feel that they are being supported in their workplace, they're more likely to stay because they know if they're having a problem, if they're feeling stressed out, they'll be supported. The other thing we also need to look at is improved transition points. And that is anytime a nurse changes a job, be it coming out of nursing school and going to their first job, be it a residency program or some onboarding type of program. And even within programs for assisting nurses transitioning from one setting to another, long-term care to home health, or really in what we're working on right now is looking from hospital workers into nursing education. Having some way of supporting nurses as they make that transition. Because what those transition programs do is they improve embeddedness. If you're expending, as an employer, if you're expending energy to improve the workplace that benefits your employees, you increase their embeddedness or they're willing to be engaged with you because they see it as more of a two-way street rather than a situation where the employees are putting everything in, the employers don't necessarily care one way or the other. Just as long as a good job gets done, we don't necessarily care. That's not going to work. So, but doing these onboarding, transition to practice programs, residency programs, they really do help because the first thing a new nurse in a new position sees is this support system come out. The other thing, and then the last thing is we need to be able to prioritize well-being in the workforce. It's really, really important that we get turnover under control. We also get, it's very important to be able to fill the posted positions. And nurses are going to these things and going through the interview process and realizing they don't necessarily care about my well-being. They just want either people in positions or whatever. And so that isn't necessarily going to help. People are going to keep quitting and people are going to keep refusing to take those positions. Next slide, please.
Okay. So we're not going to get too much into the weeds about what the solutions are, partly because you're not all here as employers. You're all here as the Board of Nursing. So you're all here from a regulatory perspective, and you're going to be looking at everything from a regulatory perspective. So we have a lot of data about what employers can do. That's not necessarily, if you're interested in it, let me know. But the one thing that I do want to talk about and make sure that just to really look at this is how can all this information inform what you do as regulators of the nursing industry through the Board of Nursing. So every Friday, some of you know this, most of you might know this, but every Friday at 8 a.m. we have something called the Friday Huddle. And this is basically an hour time when people can call in and you can just talk whatever you want when it's related to nursing workforce. You can say something, you don't have to say anything. I have a lot to say almost all the time. So I can fill up that space, don't you worry. One of the things that we say on the Friday Huddle all the time is, it is often the case where two opposite things are true at the same time. We are not coming here and talking to you about all of this because we want you to say like, oh, okay, we're not going to approve any more nursing programs. That sounds like a terrible idea. But we're also not coming here to say, we're not saying just like give up one for the sake of the other. But we are saying, let's take a look at this evidence that we have. Let's take a look at the data that we have, that maybe the nursing shortage, the way we have been describing it in the past, might not be the correct way to describe it right now. For an employer and for schools and for all of the people that you deal with, they will come to you and say, we are in a nursing shortage. And for them, that is true. But for the state, it's not really true. And if we can look at those both, if we can take both of those into consideration, both of those facts into consideration and hold them, I think that that can give you the ammunition and the data that you need so that you can make really, really good policy decisions. And that is really what the Oregon Center for Nursing is here for. So remember when they were talking in the budget about that nonprofit that the Oregon Nurse Advancement Fund funds? You are looking at it right now. This is the kind of work that we're doing. We want to make sure that when you are looking at the nursing workforce and you're looking at nursing in general, that you have the data to make sure that the decisions that you're making is going to make nursing better for everyone in the state. And that is what we're here for. So with that, we have about 10 minutes, 5 minutes? 10. This is now the Ask Me Anything and the Ask Us Anything section. So how did this feel? Did anybody have that emotional reaction when we were talking about this, either good or bad?
I feel like it really rings true. I mean, one of my questions I had was in the research, this is probably partially employer stuff, but I know a lot of nurses who've left bedside because of scheduling. They have family, they're going back to school, and the employers, they can't accommodate the schedules they need. And, that adds more stress to them. Does that go along with what you guys are seeing in your research?
Absolutely. Inflexibility on the employer's part is a main driver of stress. If, we've heard repeatedly, we've talked to a lot of nurses lately, mainly in the mainly nurse educators, but the problems that they're facing are what we're hearing everywhere else. They're worrying about childcare. They're worrying about being able to pick their kids up from school. They're worrying about a whole host of things. And inflexible employers isn't really helping. Some nurses, especially with small children, have a hard time working night shifts just because who's going to take care of the kids? And so inflexibility on the employer's part, to some degree, is fueling the increased stress on nurses because they don't know how to deal with some of these day-to-day issues that they have to deal with.
The other question I had was, in nursing, it's often about what could you have done differently if, a patient assaults you or you get injured, or how does that play into your guys' research and data? Because I know in every other first responder field, if patient or client assaults you, there's much different actions that are taken other than in nursing, where it's like, what could you have done differently to avoid that situation? Not what can we do to help keep that from happening?
Correct. Yeah.
And that's a big problem. In reality, in any times that you see work violence in the workplace, a lot of data suggests that employers can do a host of things to help that situation, from debriefing to, changing policies and procedures to try to make those things avoid in the past. By putting blame on the employee because they caused it to happen is never going to be a good outcome for anyone. It's much like in other settings when you have a serious issue or a traumatic issue, sometimes just having colleagues to sit down and debrief and talk about what happened, how you're feeling about those things, and having the employer support that ability to do those kinds of things is very helpful. It also leads to basically a group thing to try to come up with how do we solve some of these problems.
I want just to build on that, that kind of goes to the idea of embeddedness, right?
Right.
If you have, and when we're talking about the well-being, and this actually ties into the nurse wellness is public protection, which is why we are all in on that, because it's a workforce issue now. If you are a high school student and you're really good at science and someone says, hey, you should go into nursing, and they find out that they're going to go into nursing and they're going to be exposed to patients that will be violent with them, families that are going to be violent with them. They're going to be exposed to some really traumatic events in ways that a computer programmer wouldn't have, or somebody who's going to go into, teaching English or something like that. They're going to find out that they're going to be exposed to all of those things. What's the likelihood of them taking that as a career or pursuing that as a position? It's not well. So especially if in healthcare, if the prevailing idea in healthcare is if something goes wrong, we need to look at the person that was involved and we need to talk to them about what did they do, what could they have done differently to de-escalate the situation, or if they're experiencing stress or trauma, what could they be doing differently? Maybe you need to go to yoga. Let's all have a team building pizza party. None of those things work. There are systemic things that are happening. There's this whole system of issues that are happening that are actually driving people away from the workplace. And if our solution is just create more people, we're actually creating more people to go through suffering. And that is not, I don't know if you guys are like, yeah, let's have more people go and suffer. I don't want to do that. I want people to go and find jobs where they can live their best lives and build the life that they want to build. And at the same time, take care of our community in the way that our community wants to be cared for.
I really hear that because I actually just read an article recently about a nursing student who filed a police case against the patient who assaulted them.
Yep.
And it's like before now, you would never hear a student being willing to do that because they'd be like, oh, it's just part of my daily job. But
yeah,
it's changing where people don't want to have that experience. They want to be able to do their job, take care of people without having that.
I heard a really good analogy that might make sense to you guys recently. It used to be that if you went into the hospital and somebody put a Foley catheter in a patient, you can expect that the patient's going to get a UTI. It's just kind of, that's what's going to happen. It's not supposed to happen that way. And there were rules that were changed to make sure that patients don't automatically get a UTI just because they have a Foley in them, right? We made changes so we can improve that. This is the same thing. We can make changes to our whole philosophy about how we approach healthcare, that we can retain the people that are actually providing that care and prioritizing them as much as we prioritize the patients.
Other board members?
Thank you for being here. I personally have a significant interest in workforce, healthcare workforce.
Good.
I was wondering if you could maybe talk about vacancies in rural areas versus more urban areas, and if there's solutions to trends that you see.
Sure. Well, when we looked at employment department, most of the vacancies, as you could guess, are in the Portland area and up and down the Willamette Valley. Populations there, that's where the jobs are. But we have talked to some rural areas about how they deal with it. And what some of them are doing they are dealing with vacancies in their area. Many rural hospitals are looking at the local community colleges and basically recruiting their workforce from those community colleges. They are also, some of them are investing or adopting very interesting strategies. There's a little town south of Coos Bay called Bandon, and they have a hospital there. And the way they recruit is they recruit in golfing magazines. because they have a great golf course down there. And so what they're doing is they're touting the attractors in those areas. So if you're outdoorsy, if you like to hike or ski or whatever you like to do, a lot of these organizations are starting to use as an advantage of getting people into their communities. There's also a host of issues. And so that's one way of doing it. A lot of ways of doing it is sometimes they're expanding the local programs, and a lot of the small community colleges are expanding programs a little bit right now to meet the demand within the local workforce, because they realize that, I think it's called the mother-in-law effect, that if you have roots in that area, you're likely to stay because it's sacrifice. And that embeddedness idea works for the job, but what we sometimes forget is it also works for the community. So you have to be able to feel like you fit, you have linkages in your community, and there'd be something to lose if you leave. And so if you have family in those small communities, even if you came up to Portland to go to school, you're really highly likely to go back. So a lot of the employers are utilizing, you could say, exploiting those ideas to keep the workforce in the area and draw in other potential workforce that are drawn to the specific characteristics of the area in which they're going to work.
I think we're almost at time. Let me ask.
We can go a bit over
Okay,
because.
President Green and Director Prusak, if you guys are.
Yeah, we're ahead of time because we had fiscal and communications up front.
Okay.
So as long as you guys would have questions, I want you to be able to ask them and have a conversation.
Okay, thank you.
Yours is done. So thank you for the information. I know that you had mentioned from an employer standpoint, yes, I want to raise my hands because I need that information. In 2 years' time, I've lost 5 nurses in the community setting. One of the things that I reflect on, though, is when COVID started, I had 3 friends that were nurses that were in, obviously, the industry. I turned around, they no longer existed. I have one that I've been trying to poach and come back to the community setting. They choose to be at Home Depot in the management position. And so I struggle wondering, like, why did we lose them? Why won't they come back to nursing? You know, was there, and I've asked them, was there something that we missed? And they said, had somebody checked in if there would have been maybe some counseling sessions to go through that, because that hit us hard. The second aspect, and I don't know if this is something in your data to come, we used agency for caregivers and med techs and so forth. Right now, I'm at a point where I'm using agency nurses, which is great. I welcome them and I need the help. But then I have family members and I have residents that don't get to know the same person.
Correct.
So I'm on a struggle of that. And I don't know if that's in some of your data, why I already kind of know some of the answers, but why do they go to agency rather than take a full-time position within a, you know, employment standpoint? And I know a couple of the reasons because I've asked them.
Yeah.
So.
And part of the reasons is it's money. One of the things that I think a lot of people forget is when you are an employee, there's salary, there's all kinds of benefits, insurance, whatever. That all goes into your payroll costs. But if you're an agency employee, you can just make more money and you'll be on your own for vacation time and healthcare and all that stuff. But what you're seeing up front is you're seeing more money. And so that is appealing to some people. One of the other things we heard, we talked to I think it was a skilled nursing facility in the area, and they were talking about the fact that pre-pandemic is they would always get this steady stream of brand new graduates come in through the program to get a couple of years experience. So they'd be there for a couple of years before they moved on to hospital settings or whatever. And they said that since the pandemic's happened and since hospitals are short-staffed as well, they've started dropping some of their experience requirements. And so now they're taking new grads. And so that flow of new graduates going through community-based settings, long-term care, those kinds of things, that's kind of dried up. And so then what you see is more practice settings that used to not rely on agency staff are now turning to agency staff. And it has issues as well. As you probably are well aware, It takes a lot of training because you have to bring nurses up to speed on what's going on in the thing. And they may not last very long because they have, as part of being an agency staff or an agency nurse, is there's some flexibility. If you don't like some place, you can move somewhere else reasonably easily. And so what you see is a little bit, especially with agency staff, is we're seeing a little bit higher churn rates.
And also, the situation that you're describing, I can validate that that is a situation we are hearing all the time of nurses who work through the pandemic, and they would much rather work at Home Depot. They would much rather sell essential oils out of their basement or anything than go back to bedside after what they went through. And who could blame them based on the stories that we've heard? The idea of them coming back, I don't know that we should count on those people coming back just because we have more staff, just because we have better pay. They were hurt, like mentally hurt. And that's up to, they're going to need to heal that for themselves. But if we don't change the environments, we don't want to bring people back to environments that are going to be hurtful. And we want to make that better. So I would say especially for rural places and for some of these other places across the state, you are experiencing openings that you are not able to fill, and they're open for a really long time. And it does look like there is a shortage. And for you, there is a shortage. And I wish that I could come here and say, but if we do this, this, and this, you're not going to have that problem anymore. What we're talking about is a psychological and a human emotion and mental health problem. And that's not something that's going to get fixed right away. You can change your environment, and it will still take a long time before that culture change is going to come back, and you're not going to have the same kind of stressors as employers. You're still going to have those stressors. However, if you would like those stressors to stop at some point, there are some things that could be done now that will benefit you. Future you will say thank you. And when you retire, the person who takes over for you will not have the same struggles that you're having right now.
Other board members?
I just had two comments. Thank you so much for the presentation. Really appreciate it. It's gonna be short comments. I was wondering through the presentation, like, for some of the vacancy crisis and high turnover, if some of it is just due to a lot of job description are being rewritten from what they used to be. So now we're asking people to do a lot more than they used to do. So why would I take that job, in opposed to going to an agency that will give me a direct base of what I used to do, and can I go with that money?
Right.
The other part is you had mentioned about 30% turnover in new grads after a year-ish. I wonder if that was ever broken down to, is there an age range? And to look at age range in terms of embedment, because 5 years ago, I could up and move any minute. I wouldn't mind. Now I have something else that grounds me here that makes me stay.
Right.
To look at, does that make a difference in embedment in an area or not?
It does. The younger turnover tends to be higher in younger age groups and in older age groups. The problem is you see this covariance with age and other things going on in your life, a family, owning a home, and things that actually root you to the community as you get older. Those things tend to happen. When you first get out of nursing school, you may be more flexible in your life choices because you're not necessarily tied to a specific. But as time goes on, you start a family, you own a home and those kinds of things. Then you become more tied and more rooted to your community. So you're less likely to leave. And in some of the smaller communities, if you leave the hospital, that may be the only place, not the only place to work, but that may be one of the major employers in that area. And job prospects might be a little less if you, as you get older.
Thank you. The other follow-up was to look at people that migrate in, they're most likely to easily migrate out because we come with a mentality of like, this is not home. I can move in 10 years, even if I have 4 houses, 5 kids, I can up and go.
Yes, that's true. It technically is just as easy to move out as it is to move in. The problem, one of the things that we see is Oregon has some things that is a good draw. One, it's a gorgeous state. If you are outdoorsy, you like things, this place is wonderful. Oh my goodness. There's so many things to do. We also pay really well. Regardless no matter how you look at it, we're either the 3rd or 5th highest pay rate for registered nurses in the country. It's usually us, California, and Hawaii. Sometimes you'll throw in Washington, depending on exactly who you're looking at. But our pay is really, really good, and people across the country know it. And so that's a draw. And then once you move here, I mean, I came from another state. I'm not going in.
He's embedded in the state of Oregon.
Thank you. So I really appreciate this because I think this is, and I remember when you came this summer and you talked about the leaky bucket, and it just made a lot of sense from what I've heard as a nurse educator of our new graduates, and then hearing I'm now going to start, a guava farm in Hawaii or whatever.
Yeah. That's
but
true.
I mean, this kind of like, I'm out, like this is not the quality of life that I wanted.
Mhm.
We all have lots of people we know who went through that, especially that acute care COVID or long-term care COVID, where they really saw a lot of suffering and they themselves suffered. So I also know that a lot of times, money, it'll come down to money. Like there are some people that are like, I really care about the suffering of the people. And there are other people that are like, we need to make it profitable or whatever, or we need to, make ends meet, those kinds of things. And so, I think that like having all these, we know that new people that are new to a setting, people that are working over, all those there's all these things that increase risk for some sort of a bad outcome.
Right.
And I'm wondering, do we have any data that could like monetize that? Because the other thing I hear is that, well, the nursing workforce is our biggest cost item when we're looking at the budget. And so maybe we should change that. And I know there's actually a lot of data out there that shows that nurses actually, that there's a good return on investment.
Yes.
But do we have some around like this new information as far as how many new people we have who are orienting and the fact that we have travelers, and travelers are wonderful, but they take time to orient and they don't know the units and those kinds of things. So I'm just curious if we have to make that case for those people that are like, I don't, because I think investment in the things that we're talking about, like embeddedness, I think we need to make that economic case for those people. I don't know. So I'm curious what you know.
The statistic that we talk about with the more than 30% leaving in the first year, that really doesn't take into consideration the new grad at all. If I remember the data right, with new grads of that 30%, most of them are new grads, like 70% of them are new grads. And I think when we talk about what that monetization is, because I do know what you're saying about the idea about nursing being the biggest cost factor. There are some people that are working on potentially getting reimbursement for nursing services. So nursing isn't a room charge, right? I don't know. I know that OHSU actually has been doing a study about what it would look like to reimburse nurses, not nurse practitioners, but registered nurses in community-based settings, to try to see if that actually has any better outcomes, if it's cheaper, if we can actually measure it. I don't know that we have any specific data about it yet. But yeah, I think the argument, if the idea is we want to try to work with employers and other people to understand that embeddedness is really one of the tools that could be used to reduce the turnover, because if we don't reduce the turnover, we're not going to get rid of our shortage, and we're going to have an unstable nursing workforce, and that is going to impact the way we deliver healthcare in our state. I think that what we're going to need to do is make that economic case, and it can be made very easily with, this is how much money you're spending on travelers versus this is how much money you could spend on a permanent employee. This is how much money you're spending on turnover. Every single time an employee turns over, this is what it costs you. And this is what it costs your residents, the residents that are in there who can't build relationships with the people that that are caring for them. Sometimes at the end of their lives, they're not going to have another chance to build a relationship with somebody else. This is it. So but I think we're still at the point of where we have to quantify it kind of that way, as opposed to looking at like, how do we help the powers that be understand the fiscal impact that nurses make? That data is still coming out.
Right. And the other aspect of that is also we know that a stable workforce tends to have better patient outcomes. And by reducing readmission rates, medical misadventures, those kinds of things, it brings costs down. So that taken into concert with what Jana was talking about in terms of how nurses are being paid, both of them work together, and embeddedness keeps the workplace in, so you don't have to pay for all that stuff about trying to replace turnover, but it also improves patient outcome and your ultimate bottom line in terms of how much money you're spending, fix errors or whatever.
The average.
I'm sorry that we're taking so much time, but I appreciate this so much. Thank you.
No, and I'm hoping you'll come back.
Yeah.
So the average new grad physical therapist comes out of school with $100,000 of debt. And this is considered an independent risk factor for burnout, let alone all the other stuff that goes on in healthcare. Do nurses face the same type of debt, and how does this contribute?
They do, and it does. Financial stressors is a huge motivator for people. It drives a lot of behaviors, and it tends to keep people in. You would think it tends to keep people in place, but what you see is the stress that you have at home, financial, whatever, on top of the stress you see at work, sometimes becomes too much. And so it's likely that it probably increases turnover because I just can't deal with all this stress. I've got all this stuff going on at home. I'm this much in debt. So I need to keep this job, and they just can't do it. So they go off looking for other things.
What is the average debt of a new grad nurse?
That I don't know that right off my head.
I don't know that right off the bat either, but I am going to say that based on what I remember about what nursing school costs in the state of Oregon, it wouldn't surprise me in the least if the debt was between $50,000 and $100,000 after they're all completely done with their education. That seems like that. What's that? For a BSN. Yeah, I think that the least expensive way to get a nursing degree in the state of Oregon is always going to be the ADN through the community college.
Keep in mind that our biggest programs are run by private schools, which are significantly more expensive. I think University of Portland has almost 1,000 enrolled.
Yeah.
I just have one more thought. As I sit here, like I said, I took your information down. You'll probably hear from me.
Please, yes.
So when I hear Claire bring up, the financial and so forth, because that goes through our mind. And so although I'm a nurse, I'm a manager, I'm struggling because I need, nurses. I have to say that even when I think financially, I don't think that's it, because we are paid well in Oregon, and I've worked in 4 other states. But we have even a retention bonus that once you're there for a year, it raises. Once you're there for 2 years, it raises. And yet I've lost 5 nurses in the 2-year time. So that doesn't even matter to them. So there's got to be some other fix that we find for.
Well, and it really does revolve around the well-being and the support within the workplace. And it's really organizational culture. I think we underestimate its power.
Yeah.
Money is important. Money shouldn't be treated as the end all. I think what you see and what some of the data suggests is money increases your tolerance. Yep. And the more money you get, the more tolerance you have. But at some point, that runs out. Yep. And I remember talking to the nurse practitioners of Oregon, I think it was last year, and we were talking about these kinds of same issues. And money increases your tolerance for BS. But at some point, it's too much, and it doesn't matter. You're gone because it just isn't worth it anymore. So changing organizational culture to reduce those stressors, and it doesn't have to be a lot. It has to show that you're flexible, you're supportive of your employees, and you're actually doing what they ask, and you're listening to them, and they're saying, "I need this." and throwing them a pizza party, that's not doing it. Because what that tells me, it doesn't matter what I say, you're going to do what you're going to do regardless. But if you listen to your employees and have them tell you what they need, and sometimes it's really easy little fixes, that's all really, really important. And what it'll end up reducing your turnover.
My other question I had was, have you guys looked at CNAs and whether like having the CNA support helps or hinders the nurses leaving the workplace? I know there's some talks of some employers out there wanting to go straight to only nurses, and then nurses don't have that support to help them.
We have the survey we talked about that we did in 2022. One of the things that they asked for is when we asked them what could your employer do to help you out? One of the top things was more nurses. The number two thing was more support staff. And by that, they meant medical assistants, CNAs, those kinds of things. When Dawn and I were in Coos Bay in 2023, we all said MAs and CNAs would be so helpful to our workforce, because that way you could take some of the tasky things off the nurses' plate and give them on to the CNAs and the MAs and let the RNs deal with the things that they're meant to be dealing with. So the role of the CNA and the role of the MA, you can't underestimate it. It's really critical to being able to reduce the stress levels of the nurses within the workplace.
Last time we did a study, an in-depth study on the CNA workforce in Oregon was 2018. And we're hoping to do it in 2025. So after everything is all combined, we'd like to do it again so that we can have a better idea and be able to answer some questions a little bit better.
I'm going to take a point of privilege and kind of wrap us up. OSBN will, of course, partner with you on CNA data. I wrote down just a few notes. I think that one of the interesting things that I heard on the listening tour, and Jana was with me for this one, is what Sky Lakes is doing to kind of respond to trauma. They have an entire team, anyone from janitor, medical assistant to surgeons that have volunteered their time to become trained in kind of a trauma-informed response, whether it is a trauma from that very kind of urgent situation of an unsudden death, or just kind of that every day it builds up. I think these are one of the things that hopefully we hear more and more about, of how we care for our staff. And I think that on the workplace violence discussion, this has been a topic of conversation for years in our legislature. I can recall when I was on the House floor and we passed a bill to protect violence for election workers, but then we didn't pass it for nursing. I'm very hopeful with Oregon Nurses Association and Hospital Association. Hopefully this year we'll come to terms with that in Oregon in the legislature and be able to pass that. I think that the conversation around reimbursement is such an interesting one. Yes, nurses are considered in room and board. So, right, we're not seen as a money maker, and that the commission on reimbursement is out there. But I think what's going to come of it is maybe the thing happening at OHSU will show reimbursement for home health models and palliative care models. That's going to work out. But I do think there'll be a big challenge about the reimbursement commission, because then payers have to reimburse, and then it's put on payers. And if it's put on payers, then it's put on all of us to pay insurance. Correct. And so it just becomes of where does the money come from and who pays? And so I've been following that closely. But lastly, and then we can close up, and you don't have to say much, but just for the board to know, I meet with Jana monthly. Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen is on the OCN board. So we're very connected and we keep in touch often. But one of the things that we've been discussing lately is this idea of, and you mentioned it a little bit, how we go to the hospitals to kind of find our faculty. Yeah. And how potentially, as we look towards the future of what education looks like, and I'm guilty of this. I've shared this with Lauren, recent conversations in Division 21, and Jana. I was one of those people that thought, how are all of these people teaching nursing school? They haven't been in clinical practice forever. And I got there to OHSU and worked for 9 months and was like, oh, you actually need to really be trained in how to teach and how to educate, and then you can probably teach anything. And I think the more and more we think about that, hopefully we find support. So I don't know if you want to close out with just commenting on how we're thinking creatively on that.
Sure. So in 2023, in the 2023 legislative session, the legislature passed a bill called House Bill 3396 that allocated money specifically to look at nursing education and some of the barriers to nursing education. Part of that bill included a $5 million grant to the Oregon Center for Nursing to really look at nurse faculty and what are the barriers to recruitment and retention for nurse faculty. And poor Rick has gone for the last 6 weeks. How many interviews have you done? 37 interviews with nursing educators all across the state, and we still have 4 more schools to go to. And we have gone to every single one and done focus groups just so we can learn a little bit more about where they are recruiting their faculty, what are what are the real challenges and what are the real barriers. So far, the results have been surprising, but I don't want to get too far into the weeds until we're done with all of our interviews to make sure that we can have like a full picture of it. But I would really love to be able to come back sometime and speak specifically about the results that we have of that particular project that we're working on, because I think it is going to start changing the narrative in the same way that we're trying to change the narrative about an overall statewide nursing workforce shortage and trying to shift that to a vacancy crisis. I'm pretty confident that what we're finding right now with nursing faculty is going to be a shift in the way that we're thinking about it and maybe point our lenses in a different way so we can actually make sure that our nursing education programs have the people that they need to educate the people that we need to at least bring in, 1 out of 4 of the people that we're bringing into the state of Oregon.
Thank you. And I just say that because I know as we think about Division 21, where Laura Blackhurst is leading on these discussions, what are in our rules and what are we going to learn and how can we address those needs here as the Board of Nursing? But thank you.
Thank you. And thank you for this opportunity. Please feel free to email either myself or Rick. If you didn't have that, Rachel knows how to find us. So yeah, we would love to be able to answer any questions that you have specific that we may not have answered today, or if something comes up in another meeting that you're just curious about, feel free to shoot us an email anytime. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Hopefully we'll see you guys back again.
And Mr. President, if I may, the break can go until 10:55 since we had the things afterwards before.
All right, we'll take a break till 10:55.
packet. I'd like to give you an update on Oregon Medication Aid Education Program with a request for a motion. So we've been working a lot on nursing assistant education programs and CNA authorized duties. Now it's time to shift gear a little bit to the medication aid program. So we have seen a slow and steady decline in our medication aid programs over the years, with 6 active medication aid programs currently. And part of the decline, I believe, is due to the difficulty in the curriculum content and then low pass rates. Also, the programs that have gone inactive, they also have nursing assistant programs. And so then they wanted to focus more on the nursing assistant CNAs and then, come back to the medication aid programs down the road. Prior to, so you can see on the graph there, prior to September 2023, we had very low pass rates for the first time exam takers. And with an overall 43% is the first time pass rate. So when they take the exam for the first time, 43%, so less than 50%. With an overall pass rate of 73.6%. So they eventually do pass after multiple attempts at 74% or so between January 22 to August of 2023. With the implementation of the 2023 Medication Aid Test Advisory Panel recommendations, we are seeing a significant improvement, as you can see, in the first-time pass rate that jumped up from 43% to 88% between October 2023 to October 2024. So looking at the past 12 months. And the recommendation, as you see on the box from the test advisor panel, is the questions, number of questions asked on the exam went from 80 questions to 60 questions, which is really consistent with the kind of the other states, and also time limits staying at 90 minutes. Also, as I was preparing for this meeting, I also looked back through my notes, and also at the same time frame, we also implemented virtual proctoring of the exam. So offering them a virtual testing option in the comfort of their home, or not in a formal test site setting. So then really the question for you is that our OSBN medication aid curriculum has been static since February of 2017. And I'm proposing that it's time to revisit it and look at it, and respectfully requesting direction from the board to convene a medication aid task force to evaluate the curriculum and make recommendations for update. So I'm open for any questions or discussion on this topic.
I was wondering, do you know if part of the decline might be that a lot of med aids are mainly used in long-term care facilities as opposed to the other settings? So there's not as big of a demand, so education systems kind of lean down on it because they know hospitals don't use them.
Well, interestingly enough, about 2 years ago, the question arose, came from an acute care facility, can we use a medication aid at our hospital? And so that kind of started our review of the statutes. And so there is an interpretive statement that describes that there are no practice limitations for a medication aid. So they can work in an acute care setting, they can work in a community-based care setting, long-term care setting. So I think that as we heard from the previous OCN presenters, that workforce shortages are everywhere, right, in all roles. And I do hear a little bit that facilities are looking at how can we maximize medication aids, the use of it, even in acute care setting. And I think just the model of care is something that, definitely needs to be looked at.
Great.
Thank you. Can you describe, like, what's the scope of work of a medication aid and what's the employment outlook for medication aids?
So the scope of work in Oregon for medication aid is non-injectable medications. So nothing sub-Q, nothing IV. And our Division 63 that you all, came to love, authorized duties, there is a very detailed list of authorized duties that a CMA can do, but in a real nutshell, non-injectable medications. And the employment outlook, again, just depends on the setting, but I think that there's probably, and maybe Linda, you can speak to it, there's definitely needs, especially in a long-term community care setting, there are needs. Now, part of the challenge also is that there is a medication technician role, which is a non-licensed, assist personnel. So basically someone who's not certified as a CNA, because to be a CMA in Oregon, you have to be a CNA first. Then you can apply after a certain amount of hours of work experience, and then, have graduated a certain amount of time, then they can apply to become to go to an MA school, CMA school. So with a medication technician, the duration of training compared to the medication aid is much less. It's just a matter of hours. Correct, Linda?
You are correct. Do you want me, can I say a couple
Sure,
things?
go ahead.
Maybe next time I need to bring maybe the executive directors of community settings, because the importance of a medication assistant, medication aid, compared to a med tech that's being trained for 7 days on their shifts. Med techs can actually do insulins, obviously delegated by the nurse and so forth. So then you take the medication aid. If I had to weigh in, I give a lot of the med techs a lot of credit for what they do in the community setting, but I do think that when you look at med airs and things of that nature, would we see the reduction of that from the training perspective? I do think so. So I'm full support of this.
Yeah, absolutely. And part of the training does include, medication safety, medication administration. So there's a huge emphasis on just the safety factor of it. So yeah, that's, and then of course with the delegation with the MedTech, there's that RN delegation in a community-based care setting that all the requirements must be met. And so it is a challenge, but it really is another kind of a career growth, if you will, for CNAs to aspire to become a CMA. And many of the students I'm hearing are English language learners. And with the complexity in the curriculum and the programs, it definitely is a barrier. And so part of the curriculum task force we'd be looking at is the content, just like we did with the NA program, is the content really essential content for medication aid, CMAs to know. With the medication aid test advisory panel that made recommendation to you all last year and approved, the questions were really very tough questions, and the curriculum content is very tough, almost to the level of RN students, RN school level or pharmacology level. So really, it's really high time to look at the curriculum content and say, is this appropriate for our CMAs in the future to know?
Thank you. Other board members, any questions or comments? I think we're ready to hear a motion.
Okay, Mr. President and members of the board, I make a motion that board staff move forward to convening a medication aid curriculum task force as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, say nay. Any recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much. So the next item I'd like to present to you, Mr. President, members of the board, starts on page 100. And this is regarding Baker Technical Institute Nursing Assistant Education Program. And you have also a complete survey report in the packet. So on September 4th and November 6th, virtual surveys of the Baker Technical Institute Nursing Assistant Program were conducted. Due to survey findings of many partially met or not met, the BTI-NA program is presented this morning for discussion and a motion. And unfortunately, the program director, Jennifer Carpenter, is actually doing clinicals with nursing students, and she wanted to convey that she's sorry that she's not able to join. So just as I have listed in the memo, just wanted to highlight a couple things about the history of the program. That in July 2023, then program director announced that she's resigning by end of August of 2023. So with no program director replacement, the program administrator decided to place the program on inactive status. And at the time, reapproval survey was due in August of 2023, which was deferred because if they're going to go on inactive status, it didn't make sense to do a survey and then, put them in an inactive status. So fast forward 9 months, the program was reactivated with Jennifer Carpenter as the new program director in June of 2024. So they had their first cohort of 6 students graduate in September 2024, taught by a brand new primary instructor who is new to teaching in a nursing assistant program. So Baker Technical Institute is in a rural area, so Baker City in Oregon. The survey findings on November 6th include 6 students did not successfully complete all the required laboratory and clinical skills. Jennifer is planning on reorienting the primary instructor to the role and responsibilities of a board-approved faculty that includes completing all lab and clinical skills as required. So for example, the lab skills, there's a list of lab skills that they must complete and demonstrated by the instructor, and then return demonstrated by students to demonstrate competency. And rather than having the student demonstrate, they were documented as observed, and some of the skills were marked that way in the lab setting. Now, in the clinical skills, in the clinical setting, there's also, again, a clinical checklist of skills that they must, go through and complete during clinical experience. And they were actually completed prior to starting of the clinical in the lab setting. So just to give you an update, as of November 14th, 3 students were issued a CNA certification. 2 students did not pass both knowledge and skills exam on their first attempt. And 1 student took the program in preparation for enrolling in a nursing school. So that's kind of the status of the 6 students. The next class is being planned for mid-January through May of 2025 for high school students. They're actively working on the plan of correction at the moment, and they have submitted since then some of the work in progress. So board staff is recommending continued approval with a survey following their next cohort, which would be mid-January through May. So waiting for the student completion and doing all that, survey would be completed sometime in. So open for any discussion, questions, and board direction.
Board members, any questions or comment? I think we're ready for a motion.
Okay. Mr. President and members of the board, I make a motion that BTI-NA education program be approved with a reapproval survey following the next cohort's completion in 2025.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries. I really feel like they needed to come on a different day.
Right.
They could come on Friday or, Tuesday. All right. If they're done blowing leaves, I believe that moves us over to policy analyst, Dr. Wickenhagen, for administrative rulemaking.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Director Prusak, and to my colleagues for this opportunity to present and propose revisions to OR 851031. This process was extensive. We reviewed and discussed with our Rules Advisory Committee over this past year. The RAC comprised of diverse stakeholders and met 5 times, focusing on ensuring these revisions reflect the intent of ORS 678, support an efficient licensure process, and uphold public safety. Throughout our sessions, the committee thoroughly examined several sections, resulting in recommendations for amendments, additions, and clarifications. Today, we present this as stage 1 in what we hope to be a 2-stage process after the legislative session. So Rome was not built in a day. So I could see where there might be potential questions as we go through this of why we didn't address some things, but in order for efficiency and also for our licensees, we wouldn't want to change something and then go back and change it after session. So that might help with understanding of the proposed draft changes in front of you. If you'll permit me, I can go through the main changes of the section. It's available to you in your board packet starting on page 122. So there were no changes made to 001, but we did suggest changes in 006, updating the eligibility requirements and trying to emphasize integrity in applications. We added specific requirements for pain management and cultural competency. The next thing that we looked at was licensure by examination for graduates of U.S. programs. And we revised the policy for the number of times a person could take the NCLEX. We have capped that at 4 attempts. The next section that we revised was licensure for international programs. We removed the English proficiency requirement for graduates outside the U.S. who pass the NCLEX. We updated also statutory references that are listed in the bottom of that section. In section 26, again, for international licensure, we wanted to be open to the NCLEX being in French and several provinces in Canada. So we removed the English requirement there. For licensure for Puerto Rico graduates, we clarified pathways for those graduates depending on language of instruction and their NCLEX testing history. In section 39, we removed language around third-party payment, which really isn't an issue with our online ORB system. In section 52, this is a new addition to this division, and this provides exceptions to nurses who perhaps don't meet the parameters of our rules, but meet the intent of statute. Let's see. In section 86, we updated the retired nurse status, and now this makes this section open to nurses retired from other states. And in section 88, we updated and clarified the role of our registered nurse first assistant registry. And we talked about the placement and the maintenance to be annotated on the registry. And last but not least, section 87, which I missed, so I apologize, was for nurse emeritus. And this clarified the requirements there and also removed a 10,000 hour time frame, which had been a barrier. And I am happy to address any questions that the board may have about these proposed draft changes.
board members?
Hey, I have a few things.
Okay.
So on, 0015, well, actually, I'm sorry, 127. So in Oregon, they can only attempt 4 times, but they could still go to another state and then apply for endorsement. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
And then the next one is 0027. And so they can take it in French. My concern is that, so I noticed that we receive, and I'm not trying to make it language a barrier, but I was also realizing that, like, if they can take the exam, the NCLEX exam, the English NCLEX exam, then my thought is they can probably function. But if they take the French one, so communication is an important part of nursing practice, and, engagement with the team. And so, is there anything where they have, any sort of English proficiency?
So even those graduates and the licensing manager is here to help me if I make a misstep here. It's my understanding that they still have to provide a credential evaluation, and it shows the courses that they had and whether or not they were given in English. I think it's a rare occasion, but we do have Canadian nurses that this has been a barrier.
Okay.
And there's only a few. So this is a very small number of nurses who come to, the US from, Quebec.
Yeah.
So it's not a large number, but most of them do take it in English.
Okay.
After a certain date.
Okay, but for licensing, they have to have passed some courses in English. so that
Exactly. And
they
then,
could have some
credentials
facility.
evaluation and obviously we review their transcripts and they have to meet all of that criteria.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then 0039, oh, yeah, sorry.
On the other end then, what if someone went to school, took their nursing courses in French or in Spanish in Puerto Rico, and would they have the opportunity to show their proficiency in English in kind of the old way where they could take the NCLEX?
I don't know if I know what you mean by old way.
Maybe I understood this incorrectly. So say you had an applicant that had had their education in French or English in Canada or Puerto Rico. And then and with this proposed change, like historically, they could have taken the NCLEX in English and then that would have qualified. If we remove this section,
So Puerto
they
Rico.
no longer have that.
Yeah, so Puerto Rico, we still have a parameter there that if they took the Puerto Rican exam in Spanish, it still meets our requirements. Philip? He's not sure. I'm fairly certain, and that was a standing language that we already had there.
Mhm.
So let's see if we go down to the bottom.
I think it said in Puerto Rico that their instruction was supposed to be in English for the nurses. It sounded different than
Let's see.
While you're looking for that,
132.
Sarah, Marcus, I think one of the things that you're asking is the NCLEX is offered in English, in French. Everybody that takes it here pretty much is taking it in English. And by having this language, there is a discriminatory component. And we were the only board of regulatory for licensees that still had it. And all of the movement to remove any discriminatory language. And this is basically that. So it is just saying you don't have to prove English proficiency because if you're taking the NCLEX, then you have English proficiency. Is that what you are asking?
It is my understanding that, in fact, there are some people in Puerto Rico that take a Puerto Rican exam that is in Spanish outside of the NCLEX prior to taking the NCLEX. And in those cases, then we ask them to provide a credential evaluation so we can see the information and coursework that they took. And I think this is a very small number of people. And again, the intent of the changes that we made were in fact to remove barriers for people coming to Oregon.
Okay, my next thing is on page 134, and it's the licensure by endorsement. And it's to, like the new to B. So it says the program, so my notes are, doesn't the program also need to meet the requirements of Oregon programs? And so it says clinical component, and I'm just wondering if we need to, so this is just one thing. I looked up clinical component, which sent me to another definition. We just put the other words, nursing practice requirement? Instead of
clinical component?
Yeah, because you look up clinical component in the definitions, it sends you to nursing practice requirement. So
think
anyways, that
that's-
was just a thought to like,
Can you tell me specifically where you want that? Sorry, I'm just not seeing it.
so, okay, pre-licensure program used originally to qualify.
Sorry, what page? 13?
I'm sorry, I'm on 134 or 14. It's 14 of 30 or page 134.
Thank you, ma'am.
And let's see. It's that spot. I'm really sorry.
It's number one,
Sub one, at the end of sub one.
of one at the end.
Okay, I found it, ma'am. It's at
Oh, yes,
the
there
first
we go.
paragraph.
Thank
Yeah.
you. I put it in a spot where I could write and yeah, okay, it was too far down.
So based on the information that you're telling me, that basically it points you to this definition. Without a definition change, I think we would have to put in a definition change, which I'm going to talk about Division 6 later for board member or board staff, Gretchen Cook.
Okay.
So potentially when I open that and ask to change that specific definition, I could ask to update this definition, and I can remove this language and put
Thank you.
nursing practice requirement there.
So when you look up the definition of clinical component in the definitions, it says see nursing practice requirement. And so my thing was, could we just put must include a nursing practice requirement? Because that's the definition we're going to. So that I'm not going through two definitions.
So
Does that make sense?
Board Member McKinley, yes, I know what you're talking about. Part of the thing here is that clinical component is actually the statutory language. So I think part of what we're looking at, or maybe looking at, would be to take a closer look at those definitions. I know what you're pointing to in Division 6. I understand the kind of additional layer to piece through. I'm not sure that now there may be a different way to solve it in a better long-term way.
Okay, great.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you.
And then on page 14 2B, the age of the credential evaluation report is not relevant as long as the report is the original report establishing educational equivalency. And do we want to say to what? Maybe we don't need to, maybe it's assumed, but I
think it's assumed
Okay.
to the level of licensure that they are applying for.
Okay. All right, and then I'm almost done, I promise. And then in 85, inactive nurse status, I just was I'm sorry, so page 144 or 24 of 30. Which is, so it's subsection 85. So inactive nurse status and the retired nurse, they have different language, and I'm just wondering if we want to use the same term, like the same terminology as we used in retired, as far as So changing one of them, just so they're consistent. So, like in retired, it says not be subject to any pending disciplinary action or investigation. And in inactive, it doesn't say that. So I just, so that there's consistency because.
Right, taking that in.
Okay.
I don't see a problem with that for consistency, but let's refer to.
Okay.
someone else.
Remember Yoder, again, I think we're seeing a place where there's some different language in the statutes. These are two different statutory provisions that drive these. And I think potentially taking a closer look at inactive nurse status is something that may be in the future.
Okay.
But there are some statutory distinctions between the two and some slightly different things coming out of statute.
Okay. And then the last thing is under the retired status, so page 26, or 146. Render the license which must be in good standing with the issuing authority. Wouldn't we be the issuing authority for retired? Or can they come from another state?
They can come from another state.
Okay, that was my question. Okay. Because down below it, okay, it says with, like you crossed out with their issuing authority in B. They're just two different situations. It sounds like.
I don't disagree. I think because we use that language above, we chose not to use it again.
Okay. Thank you. I'm all done.
Other board members?
So I get wanting to remove barriers, like if they're administrative in nature, maybe the application goes from 10 pages to 5. But I don't think that demonstration of English language proficiency is a barrier, right? We're here to protect the public. I think demonstrating English language proficiency is part of practicing with skill and safety. I mean, do we know that they're going to be able to take a verbal order and get it correct? Are they, is this foreign educated graduate going to be able to document adequately? Can a patient make their needs adequately known? I don't think we know that. When, as a board here, when we look at these cases, there's at least one case every month where there's at least some assertion there's an underlying issue related to English language proficiency. And so I can't get behind that. That's just me.
I appreciate your comment. Thank you.
Can I put a follow-up to that? I'm on the opposite side that I actually appreciate that being taken out. And that's because people come from certain countries where English is their first language. And being international and trying to transfer your degree, you went to school and you did English the entire time, then having to take a TOEFL, paying for it, scheduling it, it is a nightmare. And I know friends that have been in that situation. So overall, that was like the biggest thing for me that I very much appreciate in this. And I know friends that are still stuck in a situation trying to transfer their degrees, and that's been a problem for them. My only question was, but change from the 2 years to the 4 attempts. There is no limit. So I can take a year 1, year 3, after graduation, year 6 after graduation, and year 10 after graduation. Is that correct?
That is my interpretation of that.
And that's scary. For me, just thinking about education changes and knowledge changes, to wing it at that point in time is just the only question and fallback I had.
Would you suggest a specific parameter?
I'm wondering what other states do and how they limit that to say after so number of years, then you cannot just go take it.
I would love to direct the answer to Director Prusak.
Thank you, Dr. Rickenhagen. So the reason why this has come forth and was brought up is because of the issue that Operation Nightingale brought up. And every single time executive officers were together, we discussed what is the What should be the standardization of how often you take the NCLEX? So one of the problems we were seeing, for example, is in Washington, you could take it endlessly. And in Oregon, you had that 2 years. Why we weren't seeing as many issues for the 2 years. The only consideration that went into changing it from 2 years to 4 times is because over the last year, I have had to come to this board twice and ask for exceptions. Because of that, just past the 2 years and these very circumstances, personal circumstances that had come up. And so the goal is to not have to come to the board and ask for exceptions to rules that you make. We have rules for a reason. Listening to the data without getting into the weeds in this public meeting of what happens when nurses take the NCLEX more and more and more up to dozens and dozens of times is after 5 attempts is when you really see it just them not passing. So the 4 attempts was a way to try to align with other states as we move into not having it be endless and not having it to be a year factor. But you are right. Would we be concerned about that? I am less concerned about that because how would you take a NCLEX exam 10 years after being in nursing school? Could you, if you could pass it still, then great. But I bet you there's research not only about how many times you take it that then you don't pass it, to how many years out of school. And so that's where we arrived at the 4 attempts, really having these discussions across the state. But if there is a parameter that this board says it's not just 4 attempts, it's also within these many years. But 4 attempts for somebody who's going to take it and then study again and take it and study again, given the amount of time you have to schedule it between, it is about still 2 years. It's just hopefully I won't come to you and ask for exceptions for 2 years and 3 weeks or 2 years and, so, but that open to discussion, but that is the goal to align the states. Unfortunately, we're not seeing it happen as quick as we'd like, but this is how Washington and Oregon could potentially finally line up and have it be this. Yes. And if I may, I did a little research into the discrepancy of being able to answer the question on Puerto Rico and English efficiency. So in Puerto Rico, it is the only place that you can get your nursing license without taking the NCLEX. They have their own board of nursing exam. However, if you endorse into any state, you need to take the NCLEX. And just as a reminder, to help with you with the comment you made, Joni, we as health regulatory professional boards met to discuss some of the conversations happening at the legislative level about certain discriminations in language and what are the barriers. And because Board of Nursing was the only board that had this, because all of our tests are in English, and if you can take the test, it equates to being proficient. That's why that is coming to the board because no other board has that. So hopefully those 2 things help settle some of the conversation.
Margaret?
Actually, limiting the exam attempt to 4 actually makes a lot of sense to me. We know that at least with the NPTE, the longer you are from school, the less likely you are to pass. So I don't know that taking it 10 years out is very realistic. Maybe someone can do it. But yes, so that was one of the pieces I liked.
No problem.
Yes.
Page 128.
126.
26.
This subsection 2.
Getting there. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it says all renewal applicants must at every other renewal have completed 2 hours of cultural competency continuing education. And should that be within or in the previous 2 renewal periods?
Yes.
Immediately preceding.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You should be published yesterday.
I miss a lot, but every once in a while, one just like.
That's the only thing. I'm feeling pretty good.
You should, yeah.
Okay.
I just have a comment. It helped me to read the reactivation, reentry, because we have that so often happen, even the retire. So I reread that, and it was very helpful for me just visiting that again, so.
Other board members?
Did want to, I really appreciate Director Prusak's comment about the English language because much like Member Callis, from a public point of view and not having that background knowledge, the removal of the competency made me very apprehensive. So I really appreciate understanding better. Thank you.
I have another question, page 122. Under 0006, part B. Why was that language deleted?
Is it on page 3 or page 2?
Two.
Page 2 of
Oh,
30.
why was it deleted? Sorry, I have a lot of notes.
And I believe, Dr. Wickenhagen, if we pull up the change advisory, it might be because it's redundant and it's still there, just didn't need to be twice, but I could be wrong.
I
but-
think that you're exactly right, Director Prussack. So the language is already within the Practice Act. I believe it was in Division 1.
Yes.
Yes.
Other board members? Any other comments or questions?
Thank you. This looks like a lot of work.
It
Thank
was
you.
a lot of work. Thank you. Thank you.
All right. I think we're ready for a motion on that one.
Okay.
I have one more question.
Absolutely.
Sorry. So we talked about the cultural competency in the paid module in here. Is this the section of rules where if the Board of Nursing wanted to have continuing education for nurses, that this would fall under?
It is not. That is a separate statute that has been a requirement put upon us by the legislature. I am not prepared to talk about that today, but understanding where the direction of the board and others, I think an opportunity to consider that would be after session. So we are not kind of going back and forth with potential changes there.
I appreciate that answer, Dr. Wickenhagen. I will just add, board member, that I think when we see some of our statute updates in session, as I've said, and I'm saying it right here for public and YouTube to know, I'm not leaving the session without our technical fix bill for all our statutes to be updated. But you'll see us come back. But the difference is, what do you need to, what can you show to potentially renew your license? And then what do you have to do to renew your license, and pain and cultural competency, like it or not like it, or what you have to do. And then these other conversations will be around potentially updates to what we could potentially do to renew outside of hours.
Any other questions or comments? All right.
Thank you, Mr. President. So Section 52 is a brand new rule. So it's separated from these other rules. And so there's a separate motion for that. So just to explain that. So I would like to make a motion that the board approves the adoption of the new rule 851-031-0052. So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Is that the rule we've just got done discussing?
It is not.
Okay.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay. Would you like to hear the motion for the rest of the
Yes,
divisions?
please.
So I would like to make a motion that the board approves the amendments to OAR 851-031 for section 6, 15, 21, 26, 27, 32, 35, 39, 40, 41, 55, 86, 87, and 88.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Nay.
Mr. President,
We
can we
will-
clarify, is that with the change to 0006 that was already identified?
It is.
Okay, so the vote would be to approve with that change. Does that change anybody's vote?
Within.
That's
Right.
with it. I know, I was wondering about that, if we needed to change the motion slightly.
Not for slight modified grammatical. I didn't need to make a.
Because we didn't, it doesn't say as presented.
Right, I just want to make sure the record's really clear about what the board is actually voting to move forward. So if everybody who voted understood that to mean with the within, then I think you're okay. I just want to make sure we've got that captured.
And since we have one dissenting vote, we do a roll call vote. Can you please reread the motion and then we'll
I
do a
would
roll call
love
vote?
to reread this motion. Mr. President, I would like to make a motion that the board approves the proposed amendments to OAR 851031, sections 6, 15, 21, 26, 27, 32, 35, 39, 40, 41, 55, 86, 87, and 88.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. We'll now do a roll call vote.
Aaron Green,
Yay.
Linda Stanich,
Yay.
Margaret Hill, yay. Claire McKinley Yoder,
Yay.
Joni Callis,
Nay.
Marcus Cooksey,
Yay.
Michelle Chow,
Yay.
Olaniki Tobola,
Yay.
Yvonne Yanduan.
Yay.
Thank
All
you.
right, motion carries.
Thank you very much. And then looking at this whole division in total, I would also like to propose a motion that we proceed to rule hearing contingent upon the approval of the other motions.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Any recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you for all that hard work. Believe that moves us over to administrative rulemaking with policy analyst Barbara Jew on page 175 of the public packet.
Thank you. Mr. President, members of the board, the next agenda item for request for permanent rule adoption for Oregon Administrative Rule, Chapter 851, Division 62, Rule 0052. As President Green said, it's on page 175 in your packet. So temporary adoption was previously approved by this board to add the language that was inadvertently deleted during the previous rulemaking process. So an administrative rule hearing was held on October 22nd, 2024, with no oral public comments during the hearing or written comments were received.
Board members, any questions or comments? All right, hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion, please.
Mr. President and members of the board, I make a motion that board staff move forward to administrative rule adoption of OAR 85102 0620052 as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Thank you.
We are a little ahead of time. Is lunch here yet? Okay. We will take a brief break to get lunch and then we'll be back for our lunch presentation by Director Prusak.
Yeah, if we could just all be here back at 12:15 for a little celebration of board members, that would be great.
Oh.
Hi, everyone in front of me and behind me. I wanted to take a moment because it's a pretty big special day because some of our board members are terming off. So I wanted to acknowledge them. And then what that also does is allow anybody to say any words over the years that have been here, staff that want to say any words. But we have Michelle and Yvonne and Aaron serving off of our board. What happens is at the beginning of the year next year, we have new board members. Because the way the legislature works, they won't be appointed until February, which means they may not be with us until the March meeting. Names were elevated to the governor's office just last week. And so there's a whole process. So I know that some of you may be able to join if we have quorum issues. But I know that some of you are also moving on to big things. So Michelle, I just wanted to start with you and acknowledge serving out 2 full terms. And for those of you that don't know, certain public servant jobs in your professional world, when you serve on a board, you may not get the per diem. So not only are you a public servant to this board, you're a public servant in your professional roles to our county. So thank you. It's been great working with you the past 15 months. I've enjoyed watching you, knowing that you are don't speak often, but you are listening to everything, and when needed, you do. So I don't know if you want to say any words about your time on the board. Yeah. If anybody on the board wants to say any words about Michelle, or any staff wants to say any words about Michelle, that would be the perfect time to do it.
I served on an O&A board for our union at Multnomah County with Michelle, and when I found out about the opportunity to apply here, I was really excited knowing that Michelle was already here and the excellent work that she puts in, that she knows all of her details, and she is always so respectful and shows really great persona. I'm really excited for you and your education ahead and the nurse you'll continue to be.
Please share with everyone what you're doing. Look, you know I'm going to make you speak sometimes, like Michelle.
Thank you for everything and for your support and helping me out through 6 years that I'm here. It's hard, but it's good. Sweet and bitter, but I'm going back to school, so I'm taking prerequisites and applying for nursing school.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
On behalf of the staff, I think there is thank you. Okay, Yvonne. So thank you so much for your presence on the board as the family nurse practitioner member. For those of you that don't know, Yvonne for a while was balancing serving on 2 boards, serving on the board of aesthetics and the board of nursing for a full term. And from that, has decided not to serve a second term, but 3 years is a huge commitment in public service and the work that you've done. And then, of course, I've always enjoyed your commentary in board meetings when we're talking about aesthetic medicine. So thank you again, another person who is just present and listens and speaks up when they're advocating for public safety and upholding the mission. So thank you so much. And I don't know if anybody has anything to share about Yvonne, or if you have any words to share, Yvonne.
It's been an honor to serve on this board.
coming from international nursing background. And been working in acute care and moved to educational setting and to clinic setting and ended up in a very unique position of aesthetic medicine. A long journey, and it was an interesting journey. I think my primary interest of serving is public safety, particularly in the interesting area of aesthetic medicine. Now we definitely have some ongoing concerns and issues. I'd like to serve not as a board member capacity to assist in the board that is needed in that industry setting. Yeah, that's the ending note and learning experience. I will forever travel. Pleasure.
Yeah, I think that we will see your name more when we are figuring out how to regulate outside of the Board of Nursing in that aesthetic space. So, yeah, please.
Yvonne, I wanted to say the same, that I just really appreciate your professionalism representing advanced practice nurses on the board. And somewhat like Michelle, you don't speak often, but when you do speak, it really matters. So I very much appreciate that. And I look forward to having you be a wonderful consultant for us sometime in the future, because obviously there is a world of aesthetic medicine that just keeps on expanding. And I know every time that you're here, you are losing financial revenue. And so that, I think, shows her heart and how much she really cares about what she's doing. So thank you.
Thank you.
We have Aaron. He is actually a man of many words, as we have said. And I remember, when you became president, us having conversations around, okay, you are one of the people that has a lot of words. How are we going to move into this facilitation? And man, Aaron, you did it swimmingly. You were able to really respect our staff as you facilitated to ensure that they felt respected and had a voice. You facilitated to make sure all the board members speak and share what they're thinking to start off our spirited discussions and spirited debates. And it was beyond an honor to travel to National Council State Board of Nursing with you, and for boards across the country to see that a CNA could rise to the level of being the board leader. And when anybody would question it, was always fun to be like, oh, well, let me tell you something. And then the people that, while we were there, acknowledged how great it was that Oregon was lifted up a CNA into this role. But you have gone above and beyond, partnering with you as president. And for those of you that don't know, he has applied and I believe recommended to serve on the Mental Health Regulatory Board as a public member because it's been recognized his public service to uphold the mission to protect the public in a great way. So I don't know if you'll have any words to say, and then we can open it up.
It's been a amazing 5 years here on the board, and we've accomplished so much. One of the reasons I chose to go to the counseling board is COVID really kind of broke me, and I saw it break a lot of my coworkers. So I made the decision to enter into the mental health career pathway. My goal is to specialize in providing mental health care to healthcare workers. So that's my end goal. Support nurses in another way in the future. But it was a very hard pill to swallow to realize I couldn't do another full term.
Yeah, Aaron was sending me all of the statutes to figure out how we were going to update them and change them. And I was like, I've enjoyed partnering with you, and it's just not gonna, be a battle we're gonna fight. So anybody have any words to share from the board or staff?
So I want to go back to Yvonne and to Michelle. One, Michelle, even though she's quiet, I've sat next to her in a couple of the meetings. And boy, when I was like, she was like, here. And so she was a huge help, just coming in because I was petrified. Yvonne, I have to say, you also are a very quiet voice, but when you do speak, I have to say, I learn something every time you actually say something. So I appreciate that. And I love your fashion.
Same.
And then when we get to Erin here, you know, when you sign up for something and you're thinking you volunteer and you're like, great. I thought, oh, I'll go ahead and volunteer for president-elect. And I was like, nobody else raised their hand. And then I watched what Erin did and I thought, God, I hope he's at every meeting. So you've been wonderful to watch. You have taught me just a huge lot, a lot of things in that role. But I also have to say, I am thankful that you were here for every meeting. And mine was more of just learning. I have a request that I would like you to actually do the gavel at least before the end of today, because when you first did it, I was like, God, do I have to do that too sometime? Thank you, all three of you.
The gavel is the best.
It is.
No, you have really mentored and shepherded. It's very challenging to have 5 new board members. And so we would connect often and make sure we had plans. So yeah, thank you so much. Okay, and before we move on to cake, because I got this beautiful cake and I already forgot what it's called. Gâteau Basque. It's not offered through many seasons. It is this month. It's like a almond shortbread type beautiful masterpiece over there. And I got 2, so enough for every board member and staff. So please, but I have one more, not for a board member, but for staff. So Barb Poultry, I know you had no idea this was coming. But Barb, you just passed your 25 anniversary. And I know when I first got here and you're like, okay, just another executive director, because you've been through many executive directors over the years, but your steady hand with the historical knowledge to be able to support all of the many changes for the vision moving forward has been just invaluable. And I just wanted to celebrate that you are a staff here that's been here 25 years. So there you go. And let's see, cake and celebrate and just, we're supposed to restart right now, but I think we can get 10 minutes in to get a piece of cake and go back to work. Okay.
Time for cake. keep eating, but we will turn it over to our administrative rulemaking with Laura Blackhurst.
All right, good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. So I am going to be directing you to page 178 of your packet. There is a memo regarding a request for permanent adoption of Division 41 Rules 0020, 0030, and 0080. You may recall, we discussed at the September meeting that board staff had developed rule changes to remove barriers around licensure for nurse interns, ensuring that our language aligned with our statutes and updating the process of initial licensure and renewal, as well as clarifying general expectations around duty to report for nurse interns. As noted in the memo, we had a rule hearing October 22nd on Zoom and received no testimony, written or oral. However, we identified an additional related revision in the rule changes that I'd like to highlight for you. So that occurs on page 185 of the packet. And if you look to that page, the second to last paragraph at the bottom is an intro paragraph to the duty to report section. I want to confirm that you feel that that falls within the scope of our proposed rule changes, and then we'll answer any questions you have about these changes.
The one question I had on that, it says including one's own practice. And do we want to specify not just nursing practice that they have a duty to report, such as like if they suspect child abuse or any other type of mandatory reporting that we should be doing as mandatory reporters?
I think we would need to go back and look at some statutory language to be able to incorporate that now, but it is something we could investigate.
Other board members?
Yeah, Mr. President, I think that's included in other statutes, so we don't need to reiterate.
Okay, perfect. Other board members, any questions or comments?
I have just two spots. So the first one is on page 180, down at the bottom under 2. So this is the renewal of the nurse intern license. And I noticed that it's going to be valid for no more than 12-month period. And so in that second part, it says that identifying the start and end dates of the term or semester. Is that what we want, or are we going to like a year long? And then, so I just didn't know if we did want the term or semester, if that was left over.
Good catch.
And then I have one more, let me find it. Of course, I highlighted it down on one. Well, okay, so this actually relates to the next one. It's so 0070 number 2, conduct related to achieving and maintaining clinical competency. So it says failure to conform to the standards of nurse intern authorized functions. But if that is deleted, or is there somewhere else that it is?
It is somewhere else, and that is not one of the rules that we're like touching in this proposal, but let me explain that a little further when we get to the next item.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay.
Any additional comments or questions? All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
Then I motion that the board approves OAR 851-041, 0020, 0030, and 0080 as modified for permanent adoption.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
All right, for my next item, I'd like to direct you to page 195 of your packet. And again, another memo related to nurse intern rules. And in this memo, I shared information regarding rules 0050 and 0060 as potential rules for repeal. To reiterate what I expressed in the memo, we reanalyzed our rules and identified that our statutes describe the authorized scope and the prohibited acts of the intern. And so having additional rules has led to some really confusion and a lack of clarity on scope and prohibited acts. And so we identified, because the statutory language already exists, that we could repeal these rules and just rely on the language that already exists in statute. So again, happy to answer any questions about these potential changes.
Board members, any questions, comments?
It's okay if I just add one thing. First of all, I want to thank Laura Blackhurst for all the work on this. As something that you have heard about from time to time from different, to getting it right. And hearing from our partners, whether in the hospital setting or in the academia setting, on how to kind of find that balance. And within the rules, it talks about the scope being CNA 2. And so it's another reason why, right, it just doesn't align anymore as we're moving away from CNA 2, but also how to just go back to our statutes and not further confuse with more rules.
Any other questions or comments? I appreciate the clarification. I think we're ready for a motion on this one as well.
Then I motion that the board approves OAR 851, 041, 0050, and 0060 to move to rule hearing for repeal.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, recusals or abstentions, motion carries. All right, that moves us over to, I believe, back to Dr. Sarah Wickenhagen, who's going to cover Gretchen's stuff.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the board, Director Prusak, and my colleagues. I am covering on behalf of Gretchen Cook, our policy analyst for nursing practice and evaluation. I'll be providing an update on her work related to Division 6 and specifically OAR 851-006-0180. As you know, this is the standard definitions, and as we've already hinted today with our previous discussion about reentry, reactivation, and reinstatement, sometimes it does get to be a mouthful, and we want to make sure that our language there is clear. The language before you is in an attempt to remove unnecessary barriers, particularly for individuals previously licensed in other states. And this obviously aligns with our ongoing efforts to ensure equitable access to licensure while maintaining public safety. So I am prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Board members, any questions or comments? All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
Terrific. Board staff would like to make a motion that you move forward to administrative rule hearing for OAR 851-006-0180 as presented. So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, recusals or abstentions, motion carries. All right, we have.
Mr. President, members of the board, I would like to propose that I do one section of my afternoon stuff to bring us to the absolute time that we need for our public forum at 1 o'clock. Okay,
That's what
great.
I was about to suggest.
Give me 1 minute. All right, members of the board, I would love to direct your attention to page 262, I think. Thank you. To page 262. Let me know when you're all there. I might even be able to do two things, depending on conversation.
All right.
Okay, members of the board, Division 1 contains information applicable to all those licensed or certified by the Oregon State Board of Nursing. 851-001-0030 states that social security numbers are required for licensure or certification, and OAR 851-001-0030 Section 5 details the documents required if the applicant does not have a social security number. While engaging with our partners in the community, I learned that potential applicants have experienced challenges with licensure process since we switched over to our ORBS database, which uses attestations instead of affidavits. So this is a formal request to review Division 1 851-001-0030 to address the lack of an affidavit process for those who have yet to be issued a social security number. And while reviewing this section of the division, other issues may arise, as we have seen. So therefore, I'm just requesting to open the whole division to be able to review for updates without needing to come back before the board. This will allow staff, myself and policy analysts and others, to look at potential changes in draft language. And of course, any proposed rule language would come to the board for a notice of proposed rulemaking and rule hearing. This is something that Oregon State Board of Nursing had done. Unfortunately, it kind of fell off when we transitioned to ORBS. It is something that boards of nursing do across the nation, and it was brought to my attention by our long-term care partners facing this challenge.
Board members, any questions or comments?
Sorry for my naivete, but why do we have social security numbers at all relating to licensure?
That is a long, complicated answer. It's in our statutes. However, I'm not prepared to speak to why we have them at all today, unless you two want to add anything, because I know we've been talking about this a lot. And if you don't, I can always come back next meeting and kind of give the history of it.
Yeah, I think for informational purposes, there's at least one statute on the books here in Oregon regarding child support enforcement that directs collection of social security numbers for certain purposes related to licensing. So there's a general standard here that would be applicable to the board. And then there are some other things contemplated there that's part of what the rules are going to be assessed to look at. So there's a statutory requirement, a broader requirement than just to us.
Other board members, any questions or comments? I think we're ready for a motion.
Great. Board members, I make a motion. The board approves opening Division 1.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Great. And let me direct your attention to the other one that I think will be quite quick. It's updating you about the LPN fees. So please turn to page 264. So as mentioned a little bit earlier from our fiscal manager, we were able to update the request that the board had made with our legislative fiscal office, but I need to bring this back to make sure the board is informed and the board approves. And you probably will, given it was a thing you requested, but here I am. So at the September board meeting, the board considered fee adjustments, and while focusing on a commitment to fairness and balance, during the vote to support the application fee increase, the board discussed the pay difference between LPNs and RNs and asked if we could update to provide fee equity. Since LPNs make, on average, 38% less than RNs, it does make sense to charge fees closer to what the licensee makes for equity. This change in LPN fees is a strategic move to align the fees with the income of our licensees, thereby promoting equity and fairness in a fee structure. So the original recommendation added $8,431,300 of revenue to the preliminary budget. With the change to increase LPN fees by $35 instead of $100, the package will add $8,079,715. Importantly, this change will not affect our ability to afford the other recommended packages of the 25-27 session or in long-term ensuring our financial stability. And as our fiscal manager, John Etherington, noted, we have such, we have a lower amount of LPN, so this didn't change our budget much. And it really did align with what other boards of nursing were doing, where the LPN fees weren't as much as the RN fees. So I'm thankful that you brought it to my attention.
Board members, any comments or questions? Hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Great. Board members, I make a motion that the board approves a modification to OAR 851-002 licensing fees to increase all LPN fees by $35 and RN fees by $100.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Great. Thank you so much. I'm glad I was able to get two things off of the agenda for the afternoon.
All right, thank you. We will move to open forum here in just a minute. Are there any additions to the one person that we have signed up? Okay. All right. So 5 times a year, we give the public an opportunity to make comments, present issues, or any interests. I want to direct the board to remember that we will not deliberate or discuss any issue or request during open forum due to we don't have a public notice. I, as the board president, have the authority to stop an individual's comments when, in my opinion, it goes beyond this directive. If you wish to participate in the open forum, each speaker will have 5 minutes to speak. Currently, we have Sally Neely. Okay, perfect. Who will be presenting to us.
That is correct. Thank you very much. As you said, I'm Sally Neely. I'm the Executive Director of the Oregon Free and Charitable Clinic Consortium. The free clinics are the safety net of the safety nets of the healthcare clinics. They serve those patients who fall through the cracks of the state and federal government programs. While each free clinic is unique to best fit their community's needs, free clinics typically have a very diverse patient population. Free and charitable clinics serve the low-income, uninsured population or those with insurance but without access. Immigrants, undocumented, people covered through the ACA who can't afford their cost shares, newly enrolled Medicaid patients who may be waiting 4 to 6 months for new patient visits. Most free clinic patients are not primarily English speakers and need the extra time and support of their healthcare team to manage their health. I'm aware of 12 free or charitable clinics in Oregon, and I've got data on 6 of them. Of these 6, in 2023, we provided over 24,000 patient visits and had over 6,200 unique patients. Free clinics rely on and get the support of volunteer clinicians. Last year, we had over 450 volunteer clinicians in these 6 clinics, and many more of them were nurses than any other licensed provider. Our volunteer clinicians are key and critical to the work of the free clinics. Our volunteers love that they can continue to serve the community in a way that is meaningful for the volunteer and literally changes lives for the patient served. As one clinician noted in a recent interview, I quote, "I hear that from the people who come in and volunteer their time. They love it because it's not about production, it's about medicine. It's what we went into medicine to do." End of quote. According to an August 17, 2023 article in the New England Journal of Medicine, free clinics rely on volunteerism and philanthropy to provide care that meets immediate and ongoing needs. Roughly 90% of the 65,000 clinicians serving in these clinics are volunteers. I'm going to say that again. Excuse me. Roughly 90% of the 65,000 clinicians who serve in these clinics are volunteers, a vast majority of whom are retired from full-time practice. Free clinics are being seen as an important and complementary component of the safety net, and they rely on volunteer nurses to provide their critical access to health care. I was honored to be a member of the RAC that reviewed Division 31 standards for licensure of registered nurses and licensed practical nurses, and I am particularly focused on the nurse emeritus part of that work. With the current requirements, nurses volunteering in the free clinics are very challenged to meet their relicensing requirements. Typically, a recently retired nurse will volunteer until they need to renew their license and then would find the requirements impossible to meet given the rest of their interests in retirement, including travel, taking care of grandkids, and other things like that. So the free clinics lose a handful of wonderful seasoned, mature nurses every year. These are nurses who want to continue to volunteer but find the renewal and relicensing requirements too difficult to meet. OFCCC and our clinics are fully in support of the revisions proposed by the RAC committee and hope the board approves them as proposed. Thank you for allowing me to make these comments today.
All right, thank you. Would any of the public members in the room wish to speak? All right. We're done really early. We wait a little longer.
If somebody joins, we will keep an eye out and let you know. I think we should continue.
All right, that will move us down to our pre-licensure education with Laura Blackhurst.
Right, Mr. President, members of the board, I'd like to direct you to page 200 of your packet. Here you will find my memo describing my survey findings of the pre-licensure registered nursing program and advanced practice nurse practitioner program at the University of Portland. So included in the packet following the memo was my full survey report, and our survey was conducted at the same time as the National Nursing Accrediting Survey by CCNE. As I described in my survey report, both the pre-licensure registered nursing program and the advanced practice nursing program fully met all of our program standards outlined in divisions 21 and 51. So based on my findings, I'm recommending that the University of Portland pre-licensure registered nursing education program and the advanced practice nurse practitioner program be granted their continuing approval for 10 years in alignment with their national accreditation cycle until September 2034.
All right. Board members, any questions or comments on?
I was just going to say that I'm going to abstain from this vote.
I think we're ready to hear a motion.
All right, I have two for you. So I motion that the University of Portland pre-licensure registered nursing education program be granted continuing approval until September 2034.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Any recusals?
Yes.
Abstentions?
Abstention.
Abstention.
Claire McKinley Yoder. Abstaining.
Motion carries.
Right, then my second motion is I motion that the University of Portland Advanced Practice Nurse Practitioner Program be granted continuing approval until September 2034.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Any recusals or abstention?
Claire McKinley Yoder abstaining.
All right, motion carries.
All right, for my next item, I would like to direct you to page 222 of your packet. Oh, I'm sorry, that might be 244. 244 of your packet. Well, you will find a memo, and this is regarding a request for approval of an extended campus for the Central Oregon Community College pre-licensure nursing program. So as the memo describes, Central Oregon Community College would like to offer an extended campus option in Madras, Oregon, where they would admit 8 pre-licensure RN students annually starting fall 2025. Their letter of intent addressed all the required information for OAR 851, 021, 0025. And included in the packet was a letter of support from the St. Charles Hospital System. I'm happy to answer any questions you have, and in attendance, we have their nursing program administrator as well.
All right, board members, any questions or comments?
I do. I just wanted to say, I just really appreciate that, this request addressed solutions for the limits in clinical, faculty and placements, and this really creative, collaborative solution with practice partners, and providing the letters of support from the practice partners. That's very helpful. Thank you.
Any additional comments or questions? All right, I think we're ready for motion.
Right, then I motion that the Central Oregon Community College addition of an extended campus site be approved as presented.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
My final agenda item today is a brief PowerPoint presentation, so I have nothing to point you towards in your board packet. But you may recall from the September board meeting, you asked for a status update on Division 21 and those changes. So I do have a brief status update. Oh, okay.
Better for your back.
There you go. Okay.
I hope you saw some slides. Brandy, if you go to the next slide. Oh. Thank you. So you hopefully recall, I'm not going to rehash everything I said in September, but I did show you this slide about here's what's informing our work. We're trying to take this evidence-informed approach. We're trying to look at national trends, regional trends to really update our rules. And again, here are all of the different areas we are really diving into in Division 21. So everything from streamlining, again, the one set of standards for nursing education programs where we're not separating out different rules for LPN, RN, advanced practice. But again, a lot of the things you keep hearing me discuss at every board meeting, everything from accreditation to how programs are approved, to looking at our standards and qualifications for faculty, looking at supervision and ratios and clinical, and then really throughout Division 21, just working on clarifying the language and scope and process improvement for nursing programs. So here's a brief timeline of what we've accomplished thus far. So we did develop a draft of updated rules for Division 21, and we did that over the summer. We sent it out to our advisory committee, and we had 3 meetings gathering feedback from the advisory committee. So after 3 meetings, we collected a ton of feedback, and that has led to really where we're at right now, which is we are developing a second draft of basically updated rules again for Division 21. We are really looking at, again, incorporating feedback, following the evidence, following national standards. So I'm anticipating that within the next meeting or 2, I will have hopefully some rules to share with you all to talk about moving to rule hearing. So work is still happening, but not complete yet. But in the meantime, I'm more than happy to answer questions you have about the process.
Board members, any questions or comments? None. Keep up the good work. I know it's a hefty.
It's a process. Yeah, I think it might not be as fast as I initially hoped, but we're gonna get it right.
That's the important thing.
Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I believe that will move us up to advanced practice in education with Dr. Wickenhagen. On 251 for us.
Mr. President, members of the board, I'm here today to provide you an update around the Doctorate of Nursing Practice degree. It was requested by a member of the board to come to you all with information about that and sort of give a status update in the state and where we are and the challenges and the opportunities that we have ahead and the implementation of this degree. I guess I'm the one that's going to move this on. So if you take a look at this slide here, this data was given to me from the Oregon Center for Nursing, but it compares us nationally to level of educational attainment. So this is done through our applications and for renewal and for entry into the state as Oregon license. And we asked, what's your highest awarded degree? And so this shows here that we have a majority of nurses that are prepared as bachelor's nurses. So that's, and then I don't know if I have a thingy here, hold on. Oh, wow, okay. So these are our bachelor's prepared nurses here. So we're actually, when you look at the national numbers, we're kind of ahead of the game in the BSN nationwide. When you look at master's prepared nurses, we're under at 8.3 compared to 14, and associate's degree coming up about 28 and 33, so that's pretty close. And then when you look at doctorally prepared nurses in the state of Oregon, you see that we're less than 1%, and nationwide, we're 2%. So back in 2004, the American Association of Colleges of Nursing, or AACN, came out with a position statement saying, we need to get advanced practice nurses a doctorate. And this is going to be the wave of the future. And we're going to implement this. And this is going to be what is going to fix concerns about preparation, capacity for different areas in nursing. So for instance, when we think about faculty, in the past, faculty across all academic settings was either PhD. There used to be a degree called DNS. There's not too many of those out there anymore, which is a degree of nursing science, and now the DNP. And so this was what was recommended, and it was recommended for these reasons. We wanted to have a terminal degree, so a top type of a degree, or the end of your learning experience for nurses. We wanted to make sure that we were prepared to take care of this increasing complexity of patients that we're seeing as advanced practice nurses. I think when advanced practice nurses first came out and were taking care of patients, you know, in some places, you know, we kept people in the hospital for 5 days, right? And now they're only there for one. So now all that complexity then lands on the advanced practice nurse. So we found over this last 20 years that we have some really complex patients that we're taking care of. And then there's always concerns about, well, is an advanced practice nurse the equivalent of a physician? And there is all kinds of data out there to support that when they are looked at each other side by side, that we perform at the same level or better. But when we look at having that extra time in education, it provides safety to the public to see that they have had a doctoral level of education. Additionally, they were hoping for curriculum that would look into leadership. They would look into other possibilities for alternative entrances into practice, which we've seen, and we can speak about that too if you would like to. And there were many supporters of this, particularly the allied healthcare profession, because those folks, not unlike Joni, have found that their professions have also moved to obtaining a doctoral prepared degree. So for instance, audiologists, chiropractors, pharmacists, veterinarians, right? They're all at the doctorate level. So the program length for the DNP degree, so if you come in already with a BSN, it's 3 years of study that will be then added on to your degree. And for someone who, like me, I'd already had my master's degree, I was already out there in practice, and I came back for the doctorate. And at the time, it took me 2 more full years. And so now there's an opportunity for students as they're going through the program in those places, if they just add that extra year, then they're done. One thing that's also nice about the DNP degree is it provides for 1,000 hours of practice. Current clinical practice requirements by us and some states is a minimum of 500 hours, so half of that. And recently, the NOMF organization, which is the National Order of Nurse Practitioner Faculty, recommended that we move up to 750. And that has been basically implemented in most schools across the nation and will be a part of the accreditation process. And all advanced practice programs are accredited. I need to mention that there are other folks who get the DNP degree that are not for clinical. So sometimes folks get DNPs around leadership. We have informatics. We have clinical nurse specialists, for instance, that also get the DNP degree. I don't know that that was the original intent of the AACN, but that's where we are today. And so it's sort of one of those things like, you know, is there a doctor in the house? And we have to sort of explain what type of a doctor we are, right? So it could be an EDD, right? So we can have a nurse that has her education PhD or doctorate level, or we could have nurses that have a lawyer degree. So I think it's important for us to remember that just because it says DNP, it might not be a person who's doing practice. So we try to hold the line in the expectations for safety with our nurse faculty for the DNP programs. They're responsible for their program outcomes and that they select those clinical preceptor sites and that they are accountable to us and all the accreditors to say that they have these students ready to go out into the workforce. Then they graduate, they take their national certification exam. There's a lot of questions about sort of this spot here. I think in our profession, we're asking ourselves a lot of questions. And there are some groups in nursing that sort of set the line for themselves. So for instance, CRNA programs require that you must have 1,800 hours of ICU experience prior to coming into their program. And they also all now require the DNP. So all the CRNA programs across the country have now implemented the DNP program. That is not the case for other types of advanced practice nurses, but certainly they are very, very supportive of this degree. But they have sort of their own professional line of where they want that to go. And it looks a little different than other types of nursing. So I just also want to make that clear. I think it's important to make those distinctions. So again, there's a lot of support for this degree. You can see those listed there. A lot of this came out of the Institute of Medicine. You know, we've had different iterations of that report, and we want nurses to work at the top of their scope. And we want nurses to have a doctorate. Again, if you're doing all the education and time and training and getting all those credits, you may as well get your doctorate. So some of the challenges that we have in nursing, which I know this is a shocker to you, is consensus. So do we really need this degree, or is this just one more thing to get people to go back to school for? I've certainly heard that. Is there a return on investment? So I did a little quick math here. I did this while we were talking about salaries, because I think it does matter. And you can see sometimes why people may potentially maybe not make this choice. So a new grad salary in Oregon is at the BSN level, $108,000 or $52 an hour. So let's just say for purposes, it's 110. For a DNP graduate, which means they've already had a bachelor's and a master's, and now they have their doctorate, it's 117,000. Mm-hmm. So you don't have to be an expert in math to see that that is a challenge, right? There isn't necessarily a value placed on that degree by our profession or health systems or other companies. And so that sort of is what it is. But I think that that's part of the reason why we're at the 1% in Oregon. There are some institutions, though, that are leading the way and making practice partnerships. So, for instance, Providence is partnering with George Fox University and now for the development of their new CRNA program. And Legacy Masters in Nursing or Masters in Science of Nursing nurses sometimes are not thrilled about doctorate of nursing practice degrees. They say, well, we're just as good. They absolutely are. There is a shift, though, in nursing and from our accreditors and from the public for us to be in line with other professional organizations. And that is pushing us to that doctorate level. And we have those amazing, valuable nurses who are at that master's level, coming from all parts of the country and also who were educated here. And it's just sort of that legacy, right? So same thing was true when we first had advanced practice nurses. They had, CEU certificates, right? And then it, some of them were even at the bachelor's level, and then it went to the master's level. And now we're moving to that DNP. So across the country, this is the growth that we've seen in DNP programs. And so there is significant growth, but it's not off the charts. And I want to talk about Oregon here. So we had a rules advisory committee that came together about 4 years ago that was looking at our divisions around advanced practice nursing. And one of those divisions is Division 51, and those are our education standards in the state. Again, the clarification here is those are for Oregon programs. So it was determined by our board that we were going to meet these target dates. That nurse practitioner program starting in January of next year, we're going to have a doctorate, and CRNA programs as well. So we're there, we're ready. All of our Oregon programs have adopted this. But that isn't necessarily the case across the country. And then I think it also needs to be stated that, unfortunately, people sometimes look for the easiest option and the quickest option to get back out in the workforce. And so there are master's programs that are available online. And so we still have advanced practice nurses being prepared that way. Is that wrong? No. But we don't have the ability, I don't believe, for us to make those standards for these outside programs. We can only control what we do here in Oregon. So we're absolutely a leader in having this. All of the programs that we offer in the state at this level are prepared and ready and have already implemented these things. We're going to have some exciting opportunities for growth of these programs. George Fox has a CRNA program in the works, and they're looking at other programs as well. These are my references, and I'm prepared to answer any questions that you might have.
All right, board members, any questions?
I was just going to say thank you.
You're welcome.
Salary difference is real.
Yes, ma'am, it is.
It's barely there, except you work for like the VA, which it's a different system entirely because it's a step program. But it's real. Like you barely make any difference. And the reason why different people go into it, some people for educational purpose, and at the end you wonder, was there a good return on investment on that? But thank you.
Well, and I appreciate that. And I will say, and again, I'm biased because I have a DNP and I've taught the DNP program. It was worth it to me. And I do feel like I had an opportunity to have those extra hours to focus on some projects or things that I never would have. I do think it opened doors for me professionally. And, anytime that we can provide more education to people, I think that's where we should go. And again, we sort of want to have a great line and a standard for our profession. And to me, that's the DNP.
Thank you. It's a very great presentation too.
I just ask one question. So you were talking about like master's level programs in other states, and just thinking about so in Oregon, we have like these requirements for a doctorate. Are those programs in other states? Because I also know like nationally, DNP, well, advanced practice RNs, there's huge differences in how they can practice. And so like I have some colleagues on the East Coast and they have to pay like $1,000 a month for a physician to supervise their charting. Or they can't, maybe they can't prescribe certain things. Are students that are coming in to like do their practice in Oregon, do they like, are those programs preparing them for that full practice?
That's a great question.
So because I'm just thinking that would be like a safety thing if they're not.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So the way our rules are written in Division 51, it speak to, again, just what Oregon requirements are. But Division 53 around licensing has very specific parameters on what our education standards are by different dates. And we speak to having to have the 3 Ps, so pathophysiology, pharmacology, and physical exam. We do review the transcripts. I don't know if Philip is still here. But the team of the licensing folks look at that diligently to make sure that they have the appropriate level of clinical practice along with those key types of classes. And if they don't, we ask them to take classes. And that actually, I think, got brought up by the legislature because I think we asked a nurse practitioner at some point who was wanting to get licensed here to go back and take a pharmacology class. And they were offended, but that's why. Because not all states prescribe, not all states, advanced practice nurses have had those classes, and we do sort of hold the line. And I don't see that changing anytime soon. So we do have that safety parameter, I think.
Given that your proposal is to, if I'm understanding this right, that moving master's programs to DNP level, hours are one thing, but what are the differences in content? What would be added or what's new?
Absolutely. So I'm just trying to think of the 700 level classes and things that I took. We had we had health policy, we had leadership, we had informatics, quality improvement, statistics. Yes, I got to take statistics again. That was the 3rd time I took statistics. Good God. But then it also led us into a research project. And so we have to do a study that goes through the IRB in regards to some effort and practice. And I specifically did something on genetics with the maternal fetal medicine doctors at OHSU. And so, but they're all sort of niche projects. And that also can be a help to health systems when we have students do those projects and collect data and review those and present those and write journal articles. So I will say it is more academic. But then again, with the extra hours of practice, you're afforded 500 more hours of clinical time. And so those are really the key differences.
I was going to add to that. I look at it as like the associate degree and a bachelor's degree. The extra that you get of well-rounded, it comes with the same thing as the master's and the doctorate, the extra well-rounded. So you kind of see a bigger picture than just your niche picture.
That's a great.
I was just going to say, because I've supervised DNP projects, is that I feel like it's that systems level that, because I was I went through as a master's PNP and it was very individual focused. And I feel like the DNP looks at systems and helps them figure out how to address system issues. So I think it's really helpful that way.
No, and I'm thankful for my colleagues here for filling in some of those answers because I agree it is definitely a systems level approach.
Any other questions or comments?
Thanks for the nuanced presentation and discussion. I think for the nurse practitioner vocation, this is the biggest change since it came into existence since the 70s. So yeah, it's a really important issue that is going to require kind of ongoing research and evaluation. And so 2 of the things that I've really tried to see if there's much research into and have not found is that comparison of the, say, quality of care from a master's prepared versus a doctorate prepared. In the same level that I know that a lot of the physicians really, as nurse practitioners came into existence, or midwives came into existence, really pushed to do some research and found, as you cited, really an equivalency of care. I wonder if there's any research out there that you've discovered. And then the other one I'm wondering about is when in our workplace as nurse practitioners, our most common colleague who receives the same pay often is physician assistants, and they're from what I understand, very early stages of contemplation of a universal sort of doctorate level, but have not, at least in the state of Oregon, have not adopted that. And so I'm wondering what we may, as we're seeing the degrees sunset into doctorate only, how that might affect enrollment and sort of students' choices to, if I'm going to get paid the same at the end of the day and it's a similar role, do I opt for the PA and save $30,000? Like, what are our thoughts our expectations as the nursing board if we're going to have less licensees when people are choosing that? I don't know if there's been.
Gosh, those are great questions. So research first, let's do that one. I am not aware of any head-to-head random control trial studies, double-blinded, that looked at advanced practice nurses, master's prepared versus doctorally prepared nurses, and quality outcomes. I don't know that there's going to be one, right? Again, I think, this is Sarah Wickenhagen talking. I think it is our profession holding the line and trying to find any opportunity that we can to increase clinical knowledge as well as professional systems level knowledge that I think our physician colleagues do receive. And while we are right there next to them in the next room and we're seeing the same level of patient and having the same outcomes, if your master's prepared, it's hard to argue that you should be in that room. And so I think at this point, and especially when you look at those other professions, audiologists, physical therapists, pharmacists, the doctoral degree is the standard. And so, it's tough. There are issues in nursing, but I think it's up to the profession to hold this line, and also to provide a legacy for nurse faculty, right? For nurse faculty to be at that terminal degree and to be able to provide that education to those students going forward. And people like me and people like Nikki who know what the difference is and try to be able to share that with students and say, we did find value in this. And so we want to encourage you. So that's my answer there. And then as far as like us next to a PA, next to whoever, and people making decisions, that's out there, right? I hear that all the time. Someone will say, Sarah, I have a nephew and he wants to go into healthcare and he wants to know whether or not he should be a nurse practitioner or he should be a PA. Can you talk to them? I'm sure you guys have had the same questions, right? And so sure. There's different pathways into healthcare. I think it's a disadvantage that we have that many options, frankly. I wish we, PAs and advanced practice nurses could somehow be like an amalgamation, and, have the same pharmacology class, which again is something I think that Director Prusak is looking at, right? Right. Just, that, I want to say interoperability, but that's not what it's not the word that I have, but it does seem like a waste of resources, frankly, right? To have a PA program and to have an advanced practice nursing program. When we think about we're short, right? But I'm just little old Sarah Wickenhagen here at the Board of Nursing. Well, right. Yeah.
And that's why I think if I can point of privilege and kind of wrap it up with that is they happened for a need. We had a need. And I think that it's upon us to remember that that's why the conversation is around all of the entry points into nursing. You have ADN, you have BSN, you have MSN. Now we have, DNP and PhD. And while the statute, is that January 2025, all of Oregon schools have adopted this. There are still all other ways in other states and can be endorsed here to have different entry points to care for the communities safely. And I think I just want to put the finer point on that this was a presentation at a board request and providing historical knowledge and what the past board has done to get us to where Oregon is, but not any position on endorsing anything further today.
All right, thank
I
you.
said several times in Sarah Wickenhagen's opinion. So thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
you. We'll take a brief 10-minute break and be back at 55. All right. and we will move on to Director Prusak's continuation of her stuff. I believe we're on mental health attestation model.
Thanks, Mr. President and members of the board. Before I move on, we need to step back. And that is because on page 264 for LPN fees, I made a similar mistake this time that I did the last time I presented this to you. And so my apologies. But what I had asked you all to approve was a modification to the rule. But really what we need to do is have your approval to have this in the budget. Once the budget is fully through the legislative session, then I come back with rules. So it's really just clarifying, no change to the division, just that you're approving this budget. So if I could make another motion, but if there's any questions on that, let me know.
Absolutely. I think we're good for the motion.
Okay, great. So I'm making a motion to ratify a $100 licensing fee increase for RN application fees and a $35 licensing fee increase for LPN application fees through the agency budget.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Great. So I will draw your attention to page 263. So we can have a continued conversation around the attestation model. So during the September board meeting, board members raised concerns with the proposed attestation model because the proposed language required individuals to attest to having no physical, mental, or behavioral health conditions that currently impair the ability to practice safely. Board members shared concern about the potential unintended consequences of permitting an only yes and not letting the individual move forward with the application unless they say yes. So during the discussion, it was acknowledged that the attestation model I presented could impact individuals like those who are proactively refraining from practice at the time of renewal to obtain treatment or otherwise manage their health conditions. Since that meeting, I've been able to research attestation language framed as attesting to understanding the board's expectation that nurses address their health concerns and ensure public safety. In looking to an attestation model to be about understanding the board's expectations rather than not having any conditions. And I found the following, and I really just want to emphasize my appreciation for you paying attention to that and bringing questions to me because it allowed me to do that further research, understand how other boards of nursing as well as medical board was doing this. So it would be the Oregon State Board of Nursing recognizes that licensees and certificate holders encounter health conditions, including those involving mental health and substance use disorders, just as their patients and other healthcare providers do. The board expects its licensees and certificate holders to address their health concerns and ensure patient safety. Options include seeking medical care and mental health care, self-limiting the licensure or certificate holder's practice, and self-referral to a peer-to-peer program or an alternative discipline program. And you can see I put that in parentheses because I won't be able to add that to our attestation model until we're back in one. However, given the kind of updating an application, IT changes, implementing it, they may align, right? But preparing for that. And it goes on to say, failure to adequately address a health condition resulting in the ability to practice your profession with reasonable skill and safety may result in the board taking action against your Oregon Nursing Board of License or certificate. I have read and understand the above advisory and agree to abide the board's expectations, and then they would attest. So this is pretty much identical to the medical board and a few other boards of nursing that have done this attestation model. As I've shared, boards of nursing across the nation are doing this now. We're all working to it. So we were looking at recommendations from the Lorna Breen Foundation, which is what I brought to you first, but then of course found that one hiccup of them not being able to move forward, but here they are. Any questions, comments?
Board members? Any questions or comments?
I just want to say thank you. I read this and I was like, oh, I love this.
I think it's great. All right, I think we're ready for a motion.
Yeah, and before I make the motion, just know, I mean, the boards of nursing across the nation, as I said, are doing this, but hopefully, I think we will be, one of the first as we get this done. And when it's finalized, we can have a discussion on what that looks like, having the kind of Lorna Breen Foundation badge about removing mental health stigma. Okay, so board members, I make a motion that the board approve the attestation model as presented.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay. One, OPN fees. I think I'm at my presentation on the compact. And then the last thing we'll do is board elections. Okay. As I kick this off, I just want to say, I was asked to give this presentation. I'm actually really thankful to be able to give this presentation. It is meant to be as an informational, not looking for any guidance, debate, or endorsement of anything. Really just an informational of where we're at. So let's see. Okay, so the agenda, we will be covering kind of the background of the compact, a little bit more about the listening tour, workforce, public safety, data and revenue, lessons learned from Washington, kind of the future of the 2025 session, conclusion considerations, and moving forward. So I think most of you know this, but the Nurse License Compact, developed by the National Council of State Board of Nursing, was designed to promote nurse mobility, increase access to care, and enhance public protection through uniform licensure requirements. Currently, 43 jurisdictions are part of the Nurse License Compact, and 9 states and the District of Columbia do not participate in the compact. The states that are not in the compact: Alaska, California, District of Columbia, Hawaii, Illinois, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New York, and us. The map says 42 states because it was just yesterday that the Massachusetts governor signed into law the Nurse License Compact. So on the listening tour, the things that I heard CNOs and nurse managers say, that it's easier for the nurse manager and nurse as nobody waits for approval process from the state. And it's a reduced cost to the nurse and the healthcare system, who sometimes pays for the license. They don't need to maintain several licenses. So all of that is fact. It's real. What they did acknowledge when I was able to update them on what's happening at the board is that the expedited 90-day exception privilege to practice option, available since 2022, had removed many barriers they were facing. And as you heard from our licensing manager earlier, that is because of the license application fee, timeline has significantly decreased from months to days. And I just want to add that, so, a little bit about that 90-day exception and the history of it. So while I was chair of the House Healthcare Committee, we had passed multiple pieces of legislation to support nurses and employees in our healthcare system, concerned about workforce and how long it was taking for nurses to get a license. So House Bill 4003 in 2022 expanded the scope of emergency exceptions. So historically, OSBN had only allowed for 30 days in critical care spaces for any type of exception. So through this law, it was updated to have it be 90 days and for anywhere. So as of November 1st, we have issued 3,511 exceptions. March 25, 2022 was our first exception granted. In 2022, we were averaging around 39 a week. In 2023, we were averaging around 27 a week. In 2024, it's about 12 a week. The decreases, of course, are attributed to endorsement applications being timely. At times, we'll see some increases in weeks and months, and that can be attributed to sometimes a looming strike. It's a tool for systems to plan for them. Today, there's 116 nurses working on exceptions, and you can see it in real time on our website on our reports. So moving into talking about workforce in the compact. So again, it's easier for nurses to move between the states that are a multi-state license. However, moving from one state to another doesn't necessarily add more nurses overall. And the license portability does not guarantee an increased number of nurses in the state. And states participating in the compact states, they are not making any inroads in their workforce shortages because of the compact. But the compact does allow for nurses to provide telehealth in compact states. So what boards of nursing don't know when a nurse comes into the state on a multi-state licensure? Re-entry to practice, employment history, nursing school history, criminal history other than conviction. Okay, so as we have been talking about Operation Nightingale, we don't have any education standards across the country. And so this is one of the things that's getting brought up around the compact discussion when it comes to public safety. Rising concern about fraudulent nursing education programs and false transcripts, participation in the compact may increase the risk of unqualified individuals practicing. And applicants with no direct connection to their state applying to those states with the lowest requirements for licensure to qualify into other states where they would not be eligible for licensure. For example, those states currently allowing unlimited NCLEX testing, and there's many. More about public safety. So only the primary state of residence may revoke a multi-state license. Should the complaint and investigation occur outside of the primary state of residence, the primary state of residence retains independent authority to discipline the nurse, including revocations of license per its laws and rules. And though a state may restrict privilege to practice, they may not know who is working in their state, leading to challenges in enforcement of restriction. One other thing I wanted to add about this is, so Oregon allows people with a prior felony conviction to apply for licensure, and whereas the compact does not. And there can be bias in this, given that the multi-license state does the criminal background check. And what we do in Oregon is we review for prior arrests, prior convictions, and make individual determinations, taking into consideration the age of the felony and the applicant. Also, you can't get a multi-state license if currently enrolled in an alternative to discipline program versus the board approval of an applicant who may obtain a state license in each state. Okay, moving into data. So Oregon State Board of Nursing, Oregon Center of Nursing, and Oregon Health Authority would have less information about nurses practicing in the state because surveys now conducted through the licensing and renewal process would not be completed by nurses with a compact license. So I found several reports that we follow, OHA, Oregon Center of Nursing, other, it even is information provided to the HEC for post-secondary education shortages. So this is all the spaces that we're able to collect data for every nurse that comes into Oregon that could potentially be impacted if we were in the multi-state, the nurse license compact. Okay, I want to talk a little bit about revenue and expenditure. So nurse license compact states report to the Interstate Commission of Nurse License Compact Administrators, and the cost is $6,000 in annual membership. OSBN may face higher administrative costs to manage 2 tracks of licensure, Oregon only and multi-state. The future of Oregon's nursing workforce and analysis and recommendations revealed that OSBN would lose approximately $700,000 annually. That research was done also out of House Bill 4003 in 2022 that I mentioned earlier. And I just want to drill down a little bit more than what they predicted in that analysis. And I looked at how many applications we endorsed last year in 2023, and it was 11,384, totaling 2,219,880. Oregon licensed nurses will be asked to meet the gap in lost revenue, continuing to increase fees for those living and working here in Oregon. And that is what Washington is seeing, and I can get into that. And as I bring up these expenditures and revenue, I am in no way saying it is a reason not to join. I am saying it is what we have to make sure that we are taking into consideration if the legislature votes to join it. So when I presented to the healthcare committee recently, and this discussion got brought up, I want to share with you what National Council State Board of Nursing shared with the healthcare committee after my presentation. So what they say on revenue and expenditure is that once a state joins the compact, it can expect revenue losses from nurses licensed in Oregon with a home state outside of Oregon and another nurse license compact state who will no longer need to obtain or renew in Oregon. So for example, a nurse who lives in Washington and currently holds an Oregon license would now be eligible to get the multi-state in Washington and not need their Oregon license. That nurse would no longer need to obtain, renew, or pay for an Oregon license. What National Council State Board of Nursing shares on gains is that an Oregon nurse who wishes to upgrade their current Oregon license from a single state to a multi-state will often charge for this upgrade fee to obtain the license that now works in 42 or 43 jurisdictions. And so we see when boards of nursing have to adapt to this, the multi-license compact license just becomes more. Oregon home state nurses who hold an Oregon license and hold a license in one or more nursing license compact state will now be incentivized to apply for a multi-state license in Oregon and pay a multi-state license fee to get that license, which many states charge. Example, a nurse who lives in Oregon and holds a license in Oregon, Washington, and Idaho can now obtain the Oregon issued multi-state license and let Washington and Idaho license lapse, or receive so we would receive that revenue, whatever that multi-license upgrade fee is. Excuse me. What I want to share with you as I am working to learn from my counterpart in Washington, because the legislature did pass the compact there over a year ago, and they had not had a strong plan for it because sometimes these things pass and they are not fully planned. So they did factor in when they had to figure it out that they figured maybe 50% of the licensees would choose a multi-state license. Between 5% to 20%, depending on the month, are choosing that. So they lost $2.5 million in this last year, and they're having to go to the legislature in this next session and once again increase the fees for the home state license and the multi-state license by a good amount. National Council shared that typically 10% choose a multi-state license and approximately 30% of those nurses with a multi-state license use it. I'm glad to know that number now so that if we need to, we are able to factor in that 10%. But I think some of the questions that still linger is, will more nurses in Washington choose it if Oregon joins it? And also California is not in it. So how does that impact us, right? So these are just things to think about. I will also add, I don't know if so John is still here. I've connected John with their fiscal manager to really be able to know and understand how we are going to have to plan for revenue and expenditures if Oregon is in the compact, because it is a great deal of money. 2025 legislative session. So there is a bill anticipated to be brought forward next session. As we know, National Council State Board of Nursing, this is always their priority. And historically, Oregon Nurses Association have always opposed it and will continue to oppose it. There's a lot more to be said about this, but I'm just keeping it high level and brief. But what I want to also add in is that another component to the compact is really a discussion around reproductive health care. The National Council State Board of Nursing stands by that if a nurse follows the Nurse Practice Act in the state where they practice, that they are protected. However, There are still some concerns existing amongst healthcare clinicians who provide reproductive health care, given compact law may supersede state law. So for example, if a state board of nursing learns about a felony related to reproductive health care in another state, can they discipline? Or if complications arise from an abortion that took place in Oregon and Washington, arise in an ER in Texas, can the nurse in Texas face discipline? So there's just so many unknowns and uncertainties, and we have no cases yet. So we just don't know. So just closing out the presentation, I think some questions for us to reflect on. What is the problem we're trying to solve? Is the compact the solution to that problem? For considerations, that it is recognized the compact does not increase the size of our overall nursing workforce, but is proposed as a policy solution that addresses short-term staffing needs. And moving forward, it is critical for nurses, legislators, and others invested in this conversation to evaluate the benefits and drawbacks of the nurse license compact. And the factors that need to be considered are public safety, revenue and expenditures, data, administrative needs, and wellness. And I'll close with saying, since arriving as the executive director, I've been elevating that piece about wellness, and it was talked about earlier about workforce retention. And I just will continue to stress, and I did at the hearing and here, that those interested in solving our workforce must continue to include conversations how we aggressively address burnout and mental health to retain our healthcare providers, and not just focus on recruitment and portability as an effort to ensure adequate workforce. So that is my informational around what I heard about the compact, what information is being said about the compact. So thank you.
Thank you. Great presentation. I believe that moves us on to our board elections.
All right, we're all ready for elections. I'll just start by, of course, thanking the leadership of the past year's board and board meetings. You have all upheld your duties, have gone above and beyond to ensure that our meetings go off without any troubles. I mean, once in a while we cause some trouble, but we have it under control because of the leadership at the board. So thank you. So ORS 678.1501 states that the Oregon State Board of Nursing shall elect annually from its number a president-elect, and a secretary, each of whom shall serve until a successor is elected and qualified. By rule, the regular election must occur on the second day of a regularly scheduled board meeting. November is the only two-day board meeting before January 1st, so the election needs to happen today, so that officers are elected to start in the term of January. Elections for board officers occur annually. Members make a motion putting forth a candidate to be seconded and voted on, and of course you could put yourself forward. Officers include president, president-elect, secretary, terms 1 year. Each position can be re-elected to a second term. And I am here for this discussion.
I would like to motion that Marcus be elected as board president. If he's willing. I guess it's
Marcus, I would love to hear a few words.
Thank you, President Green. I've been encouraged by other members to step forward, and I am willing and excited for it. I think you leave big shoes to fill. One thing that I really appreciate about our current board president is the engagement and discussion, and you've really modeled, I think, that role as a discussion facilitator within our board. I think my role in this past year has been one, at times of strong opinions, I think, and I think if I were to have the privilege of stepping forward as a board president for 2025, I would take a very different role, I think, and style. I think that ideally our board is not here to all agree on issues, but I think I would hold up the ideal that we embrace different perspectives and that we have the courage to really speak from what we believe and what we observe, and that is something that I would really work to do in that role.
Thank you. If there's no other words, sounds like we have, I can make a motion to be first and seconded, or what did I do? What do I need to do?
Have an opportunity to see if other candidates.
That's
come
right.
forward.
That's right. Thank you. Is there anybody else that wants to put their name forward or put someone else forward? Seeing none.
Seeing none. All right.
I'm going to put the full motion forward for you all to vote then. So,
As you're reading it, one more thing.
Huh?
Just make sure we add the effective, that the motions, each of these is effective January 1st, 2025, just to make sure we're all clear.
I love it. Thank you. Okay. I make a motion that the board approves Board Member Cooksey to be elected as president, and term will start January 1st, 2025.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions?
Can we clarify for the record who moved and who
I know,
seconded?
I think she beat me. I think Michelle beat me.
Michelle.
Michelle,
Member Chow moved and Member Standish seconded.
yes.
All right, motion carries.
Okay, let's move into potential election of president-elect.
I would like to put forward Board Member Hill, President-elect.
I would second that.
Would you like to speak to it all?
I have learned so much and have been so impressed with this whole board that it would be an honor to get to learn. I've been learning under President Green, and then to continue to learn under Board Member Cooksey. So it would be an honor to serve as your president-elect.
Any other nominations for president-elect? Including oneself? All right, hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Great. I make a motion that the board approves for Board Member Hill to be elected as president-elect and start their term on January 1st, 2025.
So move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
Okay, let's talk about secretary.
I'm never short on words, but I would like to actually nominate Claire for the secretary role.
Can I speak? Thank you. I would be honored to serve in that role. I got to sit next to you a lot. So I feel like I have learned a lot from you, and I look forward to learning more if I am chosen to be in this position.
Any others put their name forward or someone else's name forward? All right, hearing none, I think we're ready for a motion.
Great.
I officially second that nomination.
Absolutely.
We've got it on the record of
Let's get you on the record for
McKinley
doing
Ritter.
it. We'll leave it for him. The board, making a motion, the board approves Board Member McKinley Yoder to be elected secretary to take effect January 1st, 2025.
So move.
seconded.
been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Recusals or abstentions? Motion carries.
And I make one request after you close out the meeting that we all take a picture before we disperse.
Absolutely. All right, I believe that is it for this meeting. It is 2:19 on Thursday, November 21st, and the meeting of the Oregon State Board of Nursing is now adjourned.
Recording